6.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for January 12th, 2021. I call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani? Councilmember Kalani?
I'm present.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci?
I'm here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, and 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54956.8. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for January 12th, 2021, the first meeting of this year. We've been in executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everybody. And thank you for joining us tonight for our first City Council meeting of 2021. I hope that you had a happy and healthy holiday. I know many of us were excited to start 2021 fresh with optimism and resilience. But I'd be remiss if I did not mention the assault on the United States Capitol building on January 6th. I mentioned on my Facebook page this quote, taken from remarks given by President John F. Kennedy. I think it's appropriate to continue sharing as our nation heals. He said, I look forward to an America which commands respect throughout the world, not only for its strength, but for its civilization as well. And I look forward to a world in which we will be safe, not only for democracy and diversity, but also for personal distinction. Let our nation's strength shine through our respect for others, and may we heal together and move beyond the recent elections and the pandemic. We continue to run normal business operations for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it's important for us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during the pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. And thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. And any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously would not be considered this evening. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in. Please be aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls. So you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 o'clock p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. We move on with the agenda. The first 2 items will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Matucci, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Ashcraft. I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. If everybody can please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father, tonight we are very thankful for the technology that gives us the ability to come together as a City Council of Torrance and do the city business. I ask that no matter how you pray or to whom you pray, please pray for our country and leaders at all levels, not about politics, but about peace and healing. We ask that those who have lost loved ones, are suffering economically, physically, or mentally, be comforted and be able to find the help that each one needs. We're grateful for all our first responders, military and essential workers, who put their own safety behind in order to help others. Please let us remember and appreciate the power of prayer and have the wisdom, integrity, patience, and good humor tonight as we work together for the benefit of Torrance residents and employees. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Next item is we'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, January 7th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so moved. I don't see the button on our screen, however.
Councilmember Kalani.
I'll second. Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
The good news is the first time we used it, it worked. Next item is announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city's website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9A, COVID-19 recovery update. Item 9D, approved reallocation of 1.0 forensic identification specialist position to 1.0 senior forensic identification specialist position. 9F, accept and file update from Office of Economic Development and approve exploration development of technology committee. Item 9G, discuss and approve implementation of emergency medical services EMS transportation program. And lastly, item 9I, approve subscription agreement for electronic agenda management software and video streaming services. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chaparian. Turning now to announcements. Councilmember Matucci, you have a report from the Transportation Committee.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Torrance Transportation Committee will meet virtually on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. to discuss Torrance Transit local and regional updates and Metro Green Line, Line C, extension update. The public is welcome to join. Information on how to join the virtual meeting can be found on the city's website, torranceca.gov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, during the holidays, we've lost a number of people from our community, and they're doing a couple of adjournments tonight. Councilmember Goodrich, would you do the first?
Yes, Mayor. I ask that we adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of Gina Marie Mullen, daughter of Gene and Linda Barnett, former city council member and city treasurer, and niece of John Jones, former community services director. Gina lost her valiant battle with cancer on December 18th, 2020, at age 49. Gina was born March 6, 1971 at Gardena Memorial Hospital. She graduated from Torrance High School in 1989, then received her bachelor's degree in sociology from USC in 1993. While attending high school and college, Gina worked part-time in the Parks, Playground, Sports, and Aquatics Division of the city's Parks and Rec Department from 87 through 94. She also served as a temporary rec coordinator her last summer there before they filled the full-time position. Gina went on to obtain her master's in marriage and family therapy in 97 from the University of San Diego. Gina married John Mullen in 1997 and relocated with him to Ann Arbor, Michigan for 5 years while John completed his PhD. It was there that the first daughter, Kayla, was born in 2002. After returning to the South Bay, they settled in Torrance and welcomed their second daughter, Leah, in 2007. Gina established her own private practice in marriage and family therapy, but her first priority was being a mom to her two daughters and participating in their activities. Gina's passion was coaching soccer. She loved the game and loved teaching the girls good soccer skills. More importantly, Gina loved each and every player she coached and always made each one feel like a superstar. She was an avid USC football fan. She rarely missed a USC home game and did her fair share of traveling to see her team play. She enjoyed the crosstown rivalry between UCLA, and was always ready to poke the bear with her UCLA friends. Gina loved making gifts for Christmas. Her nieces usually got a new pair of PJs or blankets handmade by her. She was an amazing wife, mother, sister, daughter, friend, and soccer coach, and her impact on this world literally crossed the U.S. Gina battled cancer with strength, humor, valor, grace, and beauty for 9 long years. She beat many medical odds, and with each piece of bad news, doubled down and fought on. She is now healed and no longer in pain. Gina is survived by her loving husband, John, daughters Kayla and Leah Mullen, parents Jean and Linda Barnett, sisters Krim Cristofaro and Wendy Connor, John's sister Sarah, and her husband, Derek Husband, Uncle John Jones, and their families. Gina will be dearly missed and remembered by her family and friends as the sunshine that shines down through the clouds and the stars that twinkle at night as a reminder of what she always said to them in difficult times. You've got this. Our heartfelt sympathy is with Gina's family and her many friends in the South Bay community who so admired her resilience and good cheer throughout her fight. Celebration of life will be planned for a future date. In lieu of flowers, donations may be made to the John Wayne Cancer Foundation, donate.johnwayne.org, in memory of Gina Mullen. You're muted, Mayor.
I'm sorry. The next adjournment will be by Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of Howard Corman, longtime Torrance resident, volunteer, and husband of City Commissioner Dale Corman. Howard passed away on December 16, 2020. He was 78 years old. Born to Albert and Bella in Cleveland on May 31, 1942, Howard was the youngest of 3 children. He met his future wife, Dale Apsel, while at Heights High in the hallway of an orchestra concert where he was playing his tuba and she was selling tickets. Howard attended Case Institute of Technology, Case Western Reserve University, on a full scholarship. Howard and Dale were married in 1964 at Fairmont Temple, just before Howard started his PhD at Harvard University on a full scholarship. After completing his aerospace engineering studies, Howard was convinced by his brother-in-law, Dr. Robert Frank, to move to California. After completing his graduate work, Howard and Dale moved to the South Bay in 1968 to join the aerospace company, TRW. While at TRW, Howard worked on top-secret projects to protect our nation. Howard and Dale started their family in Torrance, and in 1979, Howard was transferred to the Inland Empire, where he enjoyed the Redlands Bowl, sang in synagogue choirs and barbershop quartets, square danced and acted in community theater. In 1994, Dale and Howard moved back to Torrance and found great love seeing their children marry and in becoming grandparents. After 38 years at TRW, Howard retired and dedicated his free time to music, joining the board of Torrance Symphony, playing the tuba in the Palos Verdes Symphonic Band, and in the klezmer band at the Jewish Community Center in Long Beach, the Shtel Mention and the Kyla Workshop, singing in the choirs at Temple Menorah, the Notables, and other organizations. Serving as president of the Omnilor, the Lifelong Learning Institute at California State University, Dominguez Hills, spending time as the cheerleaders for the Cantors in the South Bay, and supporting the annual klezmer concert in the Armstrong Theater for the last 6 years, and cavelling over his family. Howard lived every day to the fullest. Howard is survived by his wife, Dale, and her mother, Harriet, son, Eric Corman, and wife, Monica, daughters, Karen Keenan and husband, Mickey, and daughter, Diane Newmark, and husband, Cliff, in addition to grandchildren, Drew and James Keenan, Van Corman, and Lincoln and Pearl Newmark. He's also survived by his sisters, Elaine Frank and Jana Perricone, his brother, Shelley Corman, and many loving nieces and nephews. Howard passed away peacefully at home on his favorite chair, wrapped up in a beautiful blanket while taking a nap. A celebration of his life occurred on December 21st via Zoom, which included musical tributes from several cantors and Jewish musicians. A recording of Howard's memorial service is available at Temple Menorah Facebook page. Memorial donations can be made in memory of Howard to the Temple Menorah Cantors Fund at templemenorah.org/donations. We're going to miss Howard. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a moment of silence for Gina and Howard? Thank you, everybody. It's so difficult when we lose members of our Torrance family that we've known and loved for so many years. Which brings us to community matters. 6A is a proclamation honoring Chief of Police Eve R. Berg upon her retirement after 38 years in law enforcement. Council?
Whereas Eve R. Berg began her law enforcement career with the City of Inglewood on November 8, 1982, as a police cadet. 2 years later, she graduated from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Academy and became a police officer for the City of Inglewood. Eve worked a variety of assignments within the Inglewood Police Department, including patrol as an officer, and Detectives Division in sex crimes, child abuse, major assaults, and robbery, and
Whereas Eve was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 1994 and worked as a frontline supervisor in the patrol and administrative bureaus, serving as the field supervisor, watch commander, and supervising the training of police personnel. In 1999, Eve was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, where she commanded community and internal affairs, was the press information officer, and served as adjunct to the chief. She achieved the rank of captain in 2003. Eve was appointed as the police chief for the Manhattan Beach Police Department in 2011 and served as their chief for over 6 years. And
whereas on January 8, 2018, Eve was sworn in as chief of police for the city of Torrance, a position that carries responsibilities for the direction, organization, and management of a multifaceted department that includes the Administration Bureau, Personnel Division, Research and Training Division, Support Service Bureau, Records Division, Communications Division, Services Division, Patrol Bureau, Patrol Division, Community Affairs Division, Special Operations Bureau, Detective Division, Special Investigation Division, and Traffic Division. Eve's personal values and professional focus quickly fostered strong bridges with the mayor and council, the executive team, all city employees, and the community. She was also an educator and a leader among police chiefs in the South Bay and the state. And
whereas Eve received a Bachelor of Science in Business and Management and a Master in Business Administration. She is a graduate of the FBI National Academy and California's Post Command College. Chief Berg serves as a member on the California Police Chiefs Association Law and Legislation Committee. The Training Committee is the Los Angeles County Police Chiefs Association's representative on the Peace Officers Memorial Foundation, a board member on the Governor's Medal of Valor Review Committee, and was appointed by the governor as commissioner for the State of California Commission Peace Officers Standards and Training. And
whereas as the Torrance Chief of Police, Eve was able to initiate and accomplish many programs and projects, including annual reports, strategic plan, team building workshops, department newsletters, critical incident community briefing videos, and a department organizational assessment. Eve is considered an outstanding leader, manager, and mentor by the city, her peers, external organizations, and her police department. Her broad knowledge, judgment, and innovative strategic perspective has transformed the Torrance Police Department into a high-performance organization and strengthened an organizational culture of accomplishment and outstanding public service. And
whereas throughout her 38 years of law enforcement service, of which the last 3 years have been serving as the police chief for the city of Torrance, Eve has provided exceptional service to the community and earned great respect for the exemplary quality of her character, her commitment to excellence, and numerous accomplishments. Chief Berg has inspired those around her and has built a very capable organization that will endure for years to come.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby commend Eve R. Berg for her dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the city of Torrance while in our employ, and to the South Bay community throughout the tenure of her career. We extend every good wish to Eve for a full and rewarding life in her retirement, presented this 12th day of January 2021. I believe Chief Berg is available virtually to accept this. Am I correct?
You are, Mayor. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Happy New Year. So after 38 years, yes, you're welcome. So after 38 years in law enforcement, yes, I have decided that I'm ready to retire. I just want to thank you. I want to thank the Torrance community for welcoming me. I want to thank the City Council for always being supportive and willing to listen to the things that we have to say. I want to thank Leroy Jackson for hiring me, and Aram and the other department heads because they truly help make the city run. They do an unbelievable job. City staff, but most of all, I want to thank the police department. Those are the sworn, civilian, part-time, and volunteer members of our organization. These are a group of professionals who truly care about the Torrance community. Regardless of what's going on in the world, California, or even locally, they come to work every day to serve our community. Day in and day out, when you call 911, they will always respond. I'm proud that I was able to lead the Torrance Police Department for the last 3 years, and I just want to wish you all health and happiness and much safety. And may 2021 be an awesome year for the city of Torrance. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chief. Before you go anyplace, though, our city manager, Aram Shakarian, has a few words.
Thank you, Your Honor. Aram Shakarian, City Manager. Chief, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service, dedication, and commitment to Torrance during a very difficult and challenging time in our organization's history. You will definitely be missed. On behalf of the city's executive management team and the City of Torrance employee family, past and present, I want to thank you, Chief Berg, for your impressive career in law enforcement, approaching nearly 40 years. Torrance was fortunate to have you lead our police department for the past 3 years. Your commitment to public service, dedication to your employees, and focus on serving the public's interest was always evident by your actions and advocacy. And I'm sure this sentiment is shared by our former city manager, Leroy Jackson, who hired you. When I say that we could always count on Chief Berg for honest assessment, 24-hour commitment, and utmost professionalism. Chief Berg, sometimes the last 3 years felt like 30 years, but throughout it all, you maintained your composure, steadfast decision-making, and loyalty to the Torrance community and the Torrance Police Department. I wish you good health, longevity, and many unforgettable memories with your family as you embark on hopefully a very exciting and rewarding chapter of your life. Thank you and congratulations, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Chief, one final word is that you certainly did prove that certain animals can fly. So thank you for the 3 years you gave us and those 38 years you've protected the South Bay. We certainly appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was my honor, and I love the pigs flying. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Which takes us to 6B, a proclamation. In 2018, with concurrence of Councilmember Herring requested that staff return with an item to develop a city-sponsored program to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In 2019, the city had its inaugural Torrance Serve celebration to align with Martin Luther King Jr. Day Next Monday, January 18th, we will continue this celebration for the third year to recognize service leaders of our nation and encourage people to volunteer, strengthen the community, bridge barriers, create solutions to social problems, and empower themselves in the same civic-minded spirit as Dr. King. Tonight we have Janeka Chaparro, volunteer coordinator, to accept the proclamation on behalf of our volunteer program. And I invite Councilmember Kalani to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor. Whereas engaging in community service provides an opportunity to become an active member of the community and have a lasting positive impact on society at large. And whereas the City of Torrance recognizes past and present service leaders and encourages citizens to continue the tradition of volunteerism and philanthropy beginning January 18th through February 21st, 2021, by pledging to complete service hours in the year 2021 and help us reach our goal of 150,000 pledged hours. And whereas we align our celebration with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of service in honor of his devotion to the achievement of civil rights and public service. And whereas the benefits of volunteering include combating depression, increasing self-confidence, and providing a sense of purpose. And whereas the City of Torrance invites the community to join us as we continue to come together safely during the coronavirus pandemic, uniting in service and helping communities impacted by COVID-19. And whereas socially distanced as we may be, together we can continue to find ways to make a difference while remaining safe and helping slow the spread of the virus.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim January 18th through February 21, 2021, as Torrance Serves, Service Leaders Celebration in the City of Torrance, as we encourage the community to perform random acts of kindness anytime, any place, and for the unselfish purpose of spreading goodwill and promoting healthy behaviors and positive dynamics within our community. Signed this 12th day of January 2021. I believe Ms. Chaparro is here to accept and perhaps say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The city is excited to continue this celebration for the third year in a row. Given the pandemic, this year's celebration will be a little different, but we know that successful cities thrive on civic engagement. The Torrance Volunteer Program alone completes roughly 50,000 hours annually. We would like to invite the community to participate in our 2021 Torrance Serves Community Service Hours Pledge Drive. Beginning January 18th through February 21st, we ask everyone to visit torranceca.gov/serve to pledge hours and help us reach our goal of 150,000 hours. These hours can be completed anytime during 2021. If you volunteer as a sports coach, participate in the PTA, or are a member of a nonprofit group, participate in canned food drives, and so much more, all of these hours count as pledge hours. We understand this year may be difficult to complete in-person hours due to the complications of COVID-19, but there is still much we can do during the pandemic. Blood drives are a great way to give back. The city will be hosting a UCLA blood drive on February 12th, and select donations may receive a free COVID antibody test. Let's help our community while slowing the spread. You can also participate by performing a random act of kindness, like paying it forward, giving a stranger a compliment, or letting someone go in front of you in line. Share your experiences on social media using #TorranceServe so we can follow your good deeds, and download our electronic You Got Served postcard to pass on and encourage others to participate too. Let's continue to show that Torrance cares by spreading kindness, not COVID. You can also visit the Torrance Cares Connections to learn about volunteer opportunities taking place during the Torrance Serves celebration and organizations looking for donations, which include the Restaurant Workers Community Foundation, the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, and other local nonprofits. You will also have access to social media tools to add a Torrance Serves frame to your Facebook profile picture by visiting torranceca.gov/serve. So don't forget, pledging opens on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenica. Appreciate that. And hopefully we have the turnout that we did last year and even surpass that this year. The next item we have on our agenda is from the city clerk to appoint members to fill unscheduled Civil Service Commission vacancy. It's a recommendation of the city clerk that city council review applications and appoint a member to fill an unscheduled vacancy on the Civil Service Commission from a list of qualified applicants. The city clerk will administrate the oath of office at a future date. The applicants will now be called alphabetically to introduce themselves and say a few words. They each have 1 minute. Applicants will be shown on the screen and get to speak. There is, like I said, one unscheduled vacancy for the Civil Service Commission for a term ending June 30, 2023. I will now take nominations.
Your Honor, did you want them to introduce themselves first?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do that first. Okay. I'll X these off.
The first applicant is Carol Dean.
Carol Dean, if you are on the line, can you please unmute yourself and begin to speak?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Dean. I'm a 20-plus year resident of the city of Torrance. It's been my privilege in the past to serve on commissions, and I hope that you would very much consider my application to be once again a member of the Civil Service Commission. I served on it for 8 years, and it was a privilege. It's an important commission, and I would enjoy doing it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Charles Deemer.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and Council. You know me, longtime resident of Torrance, longtime commissioner. Believe that my way of looking at things may be helpful in the operations of the Civil Service Commission, and that is all I have to say for this evening. Thank you. Be a vote for nomination, please.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Jonathan Kaji.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. One of the outstanding benefits of living and working in the city of Torrance is the superior service provided by our city employees. Ensuring that the city employs and retains the best employees requires fair and thorough performance reviews, ensuring employee safety and well-being, and recommending policy changes on an as-needed basis. Over my career, I have served in the city of Los Angeles and the state of California as a staffer, manager, and supervisor. In the private sector, I headed the human resources department of a local bank. If selected as commissioner, I look forward to working with my fellow commission members and the city administration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Patrick Kennel III.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm currently an in-house counsel to a major corporation where I'm regularly consulted on employment matters by the company, both for union and non-union matters. While I'm not an employment attorney, I work hand-in-hand with our employment attorneys and am very experienced on those kind of matters. As an attorney, I'm trained to approach issues from all sides and listen with an ear for understanding and comprehending, which I think would be very beneficial for the Civil Service Commission, particularly when it acts as an appellate adjudicative body. As a son and grandson of civil servants, I also know what it's like to be a civil servant and the challenges that they face. And I think this combination of skills and knowledge would be really helpful for the Commission. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Your Honor, the next candidate is Hannah Sasaki.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hana Sasaki. It is my pleasure to be here tonight. I'm a wife who is married to a U.S. Army veteran, and I'm a mother. I also am a legal professional who specializes in litigation defense. For that, I have been trained to listen. Listening enables you to see the many sides of a dispute, and only through listening can you hear the concerns of your interlocutors and begin a discussion that can lead to an effective resolution. As a Torrance homeowner, I feel passionate about public safety and finance of the city. Lately, I've also noticed that many residents are showing concerns about growing homeless population. I would be delighted and grateful to have an opportunity to use my experience for the city I love. Again, my name is Hana Sasaki, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you to all the applicants. Now we are going to take nominations from the council. Councilmember Ashcraft.
I nominate Carol Dean.
Councilmember Tucci.
I'd like to nominate Jonathan Kaji.
Councilmember Kalani.
I would like to nominate Hana Sasaki.
Are there any other nominations? If not, we will take a vote. We have Carol Dean, Jonathan Kaji, Hana Sasaki. City Clerk?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Carol Dean.
Councilmember Chen?
Jonathan Kaji.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Carol Dean.
I just want to verify you said Carol Dean. You sounded far away.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths?
Miss Carol Dean.
Councilmember Kalani?
Hana Sasaki.
Councilmember Matucci?
Jonathan Kaji.
Mayor Fury?
Carol Dean.
Your Honor, Carol Dean has 4 votes. She will be appointed to the Civil Service Commission.
Well, congratulations, Ms. Dean, on being appointed tonight. And to those of you who are not appointed, please don't be discouraged. The City of Torrance always has more applicants than we have openings. You've seen tonight we only had 1, and it was because of the resignation of one of our members of the commission. But we encourage you, please try again and apply, and hopefully the next time will be your time. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you just want to make a general comment. There is delay in the broadcast, so we ask you not to try to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speaker phones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get as many speakers as possible. And if you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to get back on topic. If you do not then speak on the topic, or if you go off topic once more, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7, B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. So please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. And I turn it over to the call center.
Hi, Mayor. We'll begin to patch calls in now.
Okay.
Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and general orals.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Chief Berg, legacy as the leader of one of the most abusive, racist, violent forces in the country will forever be remembered. You are responsible for the deaths and brutalization of many of our community members and the cover-ups of justice for the benefit of the powerful and privileged classes. Enjoy your retirement, in which your conscience will forever remind you of the horrific acts you rubber-stamped and greenlit for the sake of a paycheck. I'm calling to command that you fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. For months, you have acknowledged and condemned racial bias and injustice spotlighted all over the country, most appallingly in the latest response to white armed militia last Wednesday, and yet you still refuse to implement any meaningful policy change to combat racism here in Torrance. You feign outrage for racist actions and remarks and claim to offer your deepest sympathy for victims of racism, yet here in Torrance, our police force is plagued with both conscious and unconscious racial bias, which you refuse to confront or combat by denying our community the right to oversight of our own police force. If Torrance PD has nothing to hide, they should welcome the partnership between officers and the community whom they claim to serve. It is now 2021, and the light is shining through all of the cracks in our racist classist systems, including that of policing, and you continue to sit back and watch them crumble rather than do your job and fix the foundation. For 2 years, you have consciously chosen to ignore the grieving family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and our community cries for justice and accountability. DA Gascon has already said he will reopen Christopher's case because of inconsistencies in TPD's presentation of facts. What then is stopping you from taking immediate action to establish civilian oversight to absolve your conscience and negligence? This council continues to fail our community. There are no leaders here. Create a civilian oversight commission and fire and prosecute killer cops Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sam H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I find it very interesting that at the beginning of the meeting you pledge allegiance to the flag and justice for all. But whose justice are you claiming? Because Christopher DeAndre Mitchell has gotten zero justice. You guys need to fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew I always say his last name wrong because he doesn't deserve to be pronounced correctly. But it's just very interesting that we have to call each week for justice for this man, and his mother is grieving for her son that she can't get back. This is really ridiculous that we have to call, and I'm just so sick of this, and it's painful calling each week, and you guys give these honors to these police officers who are killing us each week. So it's just really painful, and you guys just sit there and do nothing about it, and I'm really just sick and tired of all of this, and I'm ending my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. David D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? David D., are you still on the line?
Yes, oral communication, general comment, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm going to keep this brief so that other callers may have an opportunity to speak. We're living in two Americas, one in which white citizens can violently attack a government institution and walk away with impunity, and another in which black citizens are murdered based on suspicion before a crime is even committed. You can't see the injustice here and be outraged. You must be blind. Or perhaps you can see it, yet it is more convenient for you not to care. I'm calling to demand justice for Christian DeAndre Mitchell. Prosecute these killer cops. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, the caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Chief Berg, you don't get to retire with the honor that the city is bestowing upon you. You leave in disgrace with blood on your hands, the blood of Christopher. The timing of this reeks of suspicion as you step down in ongoing controversy surrounding your signing off on the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell as Gascon reopens the case. And when you add it to the not too long ago that Leroy Jackson, the city manager, retired and Councilmember Herring tried to step down and then came back, it makes one think that the city is cleaning house. And yet Chavez and Concannon are still there. I can't help but think of the latest act of terrorism in this country, the terrorism we refuse to address, that of white supremacist violence and police terror. We saw both in full display just last week as an attempted coup occurred at the nation's capital. The officers there did nothing to actually protect people, even lawmakers. They didn't even protect the building. Instead, they were seen moving gates, taking selfies with them, and even telling them where to go. This speaks of the ineptitude and dangers of the police, not only where you are responsible here in Torrance, but at the Capitol and across this country. This only happened because they were white MAGA supporters. Had it been otherwise, had they been Black Lives Matter, they would have been beaten or jailed or killed, just like we were beaten and jailed here in Torrance. Did you notice the thin blue line flags that were present as they trampled the police and rallied against the supposed law and order that they claim to uphold and value? That is the same flag that Matucci has behind him, and it is not by mistake. It is proof that that flag has never been about supporting the police. So ask yourself, what does it stand for? I know you are devoid of the ability to critically think, so let me tell you, it's white supremacy. This is who you hold in your ranks. So it is not surprising that you drag your heels to act responsibly and humanely by simply firing officers Concannon and Chavez, and who killed Christopher within 15 seconds, and creating a civilian oversight commission. Maybe the random act of kindness you are requesting from the public can start with you by creating a civilian oversight commission and firing the officers who killed Christopher. As MLK Day approaches, I hope the spirit of that radical socialist who you claim to honor visits you and wakes you up, because he certainly would not side with any of you in any of this. You are sniveling cowards, and he would stand on the side of justice and righteousness. He would stand with Black Lives Matter. He would stand with Sister Sherilyn. He would stand with Christopher. He would stand with his family who is suffering and is going into a new year without their loved one. He would not stand by you. He would call you out for the disgrace that you are. You are a disgrace. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's 2021. Do the right thing. It's a new start. It's a new day.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A and General Oral.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
In line with 6A, yet again you memorialize white members of your community while yet again ignoring at best and demonizing at worst the black members of your community. It has been said by those before me, but Chief Berg is simply not worth celebrating. The blood of Christopher DeAndre is on her hands and follows her out her door. It's been a bit of time since we chatted, but honestly, after watching the attacks on the Capitol, I feel like I may have seen a couple of you on the news screaming the same hate that happens here each week. I definitely saw Matucci's flag on the news. Watching videos of the attackers on the news reminded me of listening to these Torrance City Council meetings. I hear representatives disguising their lack of action against injustice as patriotism in this meeting, which I saw on the news. I hear a spreading of disturbingly false information in these meetings, which I also saw on the attacks on the Capitol. I hear an enabling of this hateful, disgusting, racist speech in this meeting, which is I also heard at the attacks on the Capitol. These are all just some of the ways your inactions are tied to the violence of white supremacy. Listening to clips of the attackers speak before the attack, I heard the same anti-black white supremacist language I hear during these meetings from your Torrance residents who are enabled by your lack of action. I wouldn't be surprised if Torrance was represented at the attack on the Capitol based on some of the comments that I hear from these wicked, heartless people. The problem is here in Torrance, and it starts with you. Get your act together. How much worse can you allow it to get before you get the picture? It's simple. Provide a check and balance in your system by creating a civilian oversight commission. It's very obvious you can't or simply refuse to do the work to serve the most vulnerable in your community. So create a body that can. And for God's sake, fire officers Chavez and Concannon so they don't wreak the same horrible havoc on another Torrance family. I stand with Lives Matter. Fuck you guys.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Mateos K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
It's pronounced Matios, 6B, 6A, and oral communication in that order.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Regarding 6B, you folks don't understand Dr. Martin Luther King. You have no business celebrating him. 6A, I wonder if the election of a new district attorney who is reopening Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case has anything to do with Chief Berg's abrupt departure. My guess is it does. Chief Berg, I have no doubt you're resigning to distance yourself from the discovery of some hidden evil, or more likely a long history of hidden evils. The country is experiencing a reckoning with the fact that law enforcement is inextricably tied with the extremist white supremacist wing of this country. The same extremist white supremacy that would allow Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's killers to go unpunished. Even your fellow crony, Chief Moore of the LAPD, during his usual blabbering at the police commission, admitted that there were a great deal of off-duty law enforcement officers in attendance at the attempted coup. Matucci's beloved thin blue line flew alongside Confederate flags and nooses, while a police officer was bludgeoned to death with a fire extinguisher in the vicinity. I shudder at the thought of how many Torrance officers watched the rioters with envy. This is the fruit of the hate you have allowed to prosper. Will you own it? Fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Establish a civilian oversight commission. You're very, very late. I'd say it's far too late, but there may be salvation for you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Eugene P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, kind of echoing what some of the others have already said. You know, I don't think any of you on this board understand who Martin Luther King was, who he was, what he stood for, or anything remotely resembling the man and the legend that was Martin Luther King. If you did, I think you would do the easiest thing, and that would be to simply follow the demands of Black Lives Matter in firing the officers who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and establishing a civilian oversight committee. However, the fact that you still have somebody like Matucci, who is a pug version of Mussolini, he's a Puggelini, stocky, fat, ugly, white supremacist who has no business being on this board, and you still essentially uphold the same values that Matucci does, because if you didn't, you would do the right thing. And again,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
As you say your fawning farewell to Chief Berg, remember that her tenure is forever marred by the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. She lied about him and the events that led to his brutal killing at the hands of Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. She led a smear campaign against him. She covered up for Concannon and Chavez. She oversaw a racist, inept, violent, dishonest police department in a pseudo-military climate, teaching and encouraging the brutal tactics that resulted in Christopher's death. And then she and her minions showed this brutality again week after week against Christopher's mother and those who stood with her. Good riddance, Chief Berg. But we're still stuck with the rest of you, and your own roles are inextricable from hers. The city of Torrance is complicit in Christopher's death, and you have spent the past 2 years deflecting, hiding, protecting his killers, and tormenting and attacking his family and supporters. You've also spent the past 2 years enabling white supremacists, from the Torrance police to the bigoted community members who spout hate in your chambers, to Councilmember Matucci, who proudly carries out his duties for the city of Torrance with a racist Blue Lives Matter flag hanging behind him. I'm surprised he made it back from the attack on the Capitol in time to attend this meeting. We see all of you, and we see what you stand for. New year, same demands. Fire Chavez, fire Concannon, establish a civilian oversight committee. We demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Jonas D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm going to keep this relatively short. I call every week. I was born and raised in Torrance, and all of my family still lives there. I'm continually ashamed to be from Torrance because of your particular leadership and the unchecked racism that plagues our city. What happened last week in Washington, D.C. is directly related to what we're dealing with in Torrance. That is violent white supremacy encouraged by leadership that is indifferent to Black lives. I started coming back to Torrance every week in 2018 to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and now it's 2021 and I'm still here. How have you done nothing in all this time? Actually, you haven't done nothing. I've witnessed you unleash Torrance police to brutalize protesters demanding for justice for Christopher. What we've been asking for since all the way back in 2017 is that you all fire the murderers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire officers Concannon and Chavez. As long as you do nothing in your power to remove these murderers, you are directly supporting white supremacy.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A and oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Steve Berg, I've watched you for 2 years be derelict in your duty to hold the officers you command, accountable over and over. Anthony Chavez is killed twice, and you gave him an accommodation and a raise. That is just deplorable. I think that in watching what happened in D.C., I have to wonder what you were thinking and understanding, although you probably already do, how infiltrated you are. And how do you reckon that? How do you reckon with this white supremacist supportive police, yet brutal murder as well, an attack? And I can't even fathom what's going on there. Next, in terms of your declaration, this body's declaration on MLK Day, how about not being random in your acts of kindness, but rather more deliberate and bold and just and mindful, and create a civilian oversight commission and get rid of the murderous police? And it's more than just Christopher. It's also all of the reports I've heard over 2 years of people talking about the abuse they have had. They've withstood under the abuse of your officers. And it's buried. You let it be buried. And there's no other recourse. And all they've been able to do is call into this body and talk to you, who deflected, ignore it, sweep it away. It's deplorable as well. And also, you took Sherilyn Haynes off of this agenda, not even like a month or two after the murder of Christopher. Well, we keep this on this agenda, and you need to give her 2 minutes every.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, item 6B and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
You guys have had 2 weeks into the new year to do the right thing. firing Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon is the least you can do. And giving an oversight committee to all of your Torrance community, because clearly, as you can see what happened at the White House, you guys are, the police are the fucking Klan. And it's obvious that you guys agree with their ideas and ideologies, because you guys clearly are racist and have no ability to try to be anti-racist. That is just so clear. It's been 2+ years now, and not one of you have a leadership quality of Dr. King. So the fact that you would even fix your lips to speak on his name is the insult to us, the black community in Torrance, Black Lives Matter, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and his family. Because Dr. King did not believe that police should not be unchecked and unaccounted for. That is not his mission. He would have rise with us and the families, just like we did for when people like your ancestors murdered and killed Emmett Till. That is our family. You have no right to even speak on Dr. King's name because you have no ability to even act in his ability in his name. The fact that the person who's talking wasn't even black, like that is literally, you guys don't even take that extra account and try to go to your Torrance community and reach out to the black and brown community in it. Shame on you. Don't even speak on him.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mark S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Mark S., are you still on the line? Mark S. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'd like to speak on the orals. It's 6 and 9G. So Black Lives Matter advocates continue to espouse that police officers randomly kill black persons. I dare one Black Lives Matter person to prove their assertion with data. Per the California Attorney General's justifiable homicide data from 2006 to 2018, the latest data available, 45% of justifiable homicides were Hispanics, 33% were whites, and blacks made up only 22%. If Black Lives Matter wanted to go ahead and prove their point and bring up the facts as concerning justifiable homicides to reinforce their assertions, then they should go ahead and do that. And for the investment fund, I'd like to ask one question. For the last 6, 7, 8 years, I've been asking this question in reference to this investment policy question. The city has approximately $27 million in loans from basically Los Angeles County at 7% interest. It costs them approximately $1.5 million each year. Yet they have approximately $164 million, or had $164 million in liquid investments in their investment pool, returning only about 1 to 1.5%. So there's a delta of approximately $1.5 million based upon the difference between the $27 million 7% rate and paying it off with or accruing interest at 1 to 1.5% on $27 million. So we're wasting approximately $1.5 million in additional interest expense every single year. So the question is, why can't this debt be retired and save that money? Lastly, for 9G, I had the cost numbers that are being presented are ethically dishonest and professionally disingenuous. None of the ambulance operators' cost data includes approximately $120,000 annual pension costs per fireman. By adding these pension costs to the city's own projections, this decision is a $2 million deficit each year while adding to our $1.5 billion in unfunded pension debt as of June 2019. Rest assured, these 22 ambulance operators will become fire department union members very quickly, a 16 to 20% increase of the current Torrance Fire Department, while increasing our unfunded pension debt by an additional $3 million every year for a 7% yearly interest accrual rate. Torrance is county-wise
Torrance accounting-wise was already bankrupt before the Chinese Wahoo pandemic, and now the city ludicrously asserts this is a budget-cutting recommendation. Our city council has already made.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. EM, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, calling again. It's the new year. To once again demand that you fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez and instill a civilian oversight commission that was ordered by the Supreme Court, that is demanded by the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you still haven't done it. So we've seen who you are. We know exactly what side you're on. Out of the 2 years of negligence, it's not even negligence, as other callers have said, it's actively choosing not to work for the people, to work for this family. This happened on your job, on your clock, and you have decided to do nothing about it. This year, it's another year where this family is without their family member, and it's completely unacceptable. And how dare you invoke the name of Martin Luther King Jr. after this whole 20-minute pro-cop spiel, a man who is anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, anti-brutalization from cops, a proponent of black liberation. You know who the black liberation...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Anika S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm a South Bay resident. Call almost every week. I'm calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and Black Lives Matter LA. I demand you fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez and create a civilian oversight commission of Torrance Police Department. Police are not the judges and juries of our cities, but they are often the executioners. And within 15 seconds of arriving, these officers decided that this young man would not make it to 2021. And this has to stop, and we won't give up. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Bryce A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes. Public comment, 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Just trying to collect myself a little bit. This is the first time I'm calling in. I can really feel the tension and the nerves and the anger that really wants to come to the surface. And I'm asking myself why. Why am I so nervous to speak in front of you? You're just human beings. You're human beings that were appointed to really powerful positions. You're human beings that are using this power to oppress people and to terrorize people. And once these positions of power are taken away from you, which, trust me, they are, like you hear the diversity from which we're calling from, all the people and all the voices are speaking of a new time, a new society that we want to live in. There are going to be new jobs and new positions that take care of all of us. You won't be left with this job. You will be left with your own humanity and your need to reconcile your actions. We are calling for a civilian oversight committee. We are asking and demanding that you stop upholding white supremacy, stop flying a flag behind you that upholds white supremacy. Fire these officers who are terrorists, who are terrorizing communities, and make peace with yourself. Your time here on this planet is brief. You have a lot to reconcile. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Michael H., are you still on the...
6A and 6B in general comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Y'all are in lockstep with the white supremacists that committed the coup last week. As my comrades have beautifully stated, because both you and the white supremacists are complicit in perpetuating white supremacy. So please take Martin Luther King's name out of your mouth. Please take Martin Luther King's name out of your mouth. Please take Martin Luther King's name out of your mouth. Messy with that bullshit. You don't get to perpetuate white supremacy and use King's name. King fought for a world where black people are not dying from state-sanctioned violence. Because of my comrades knowing who the radical king is, we know Chief Berg has the blood of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on her hands. It is why we have to uplift the demands to create a civilian oversight commission and fire the officers responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon must be fired. This is how you live out King's legacy. We love you, Sister Sherilyn. God bless your family. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. DJJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? DJJ, are you still on the phone?
Yeah. Hello?
Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on, sir?
6A, 6B, and public comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi. So I'm calling because I'm a concerned Angelino to show solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, as well as to show solidarity with Ms. Sherilyn. So the first demand is to create a civilian oversight committee of the Torrance Police Department, as well as to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, goons of the white supremacist origin, as members of the contemporary KKK Klansmen known as the Torrance Police Department. And on 6A, former Chief Berg still has Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's blood on her hands, like everyone on this commission. It's interesting with 6B that you bring up Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and say that it's supposed to inspire random acts of kindness to promote goodwill, but then you won't even create a civilian oversight committee or fire someone who executed one of your citizens in cold blood without a thought for life, goodwill, or random acts of kindness. For this guy who called about statistics, let's be real here. I'm an attorney, so 100% of people killed by police, whether justifiable or not, they have due process rights, civil rights, and human rights that are not honored when they're executed. Second to that, he asked us to find some statistics, so you can actually look on statistia.com and the rate of fatal police shootings from the U.S. from 2015 to 2020. The rate for black people is 34 killings per million, while for whites, it's 14 per million and 25 per million. So these fatal police shootings seem to affect black people more. So your point is moot. I'd also like to say, Black Lives Matter, defund the police, justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We love you, Sister Sherilyn. We're always going to stand with you because we stand with the families, and we're not going to be cowardly leaders, as you see on this Zoom, because we're going to transform the world around us and be the leaders we want to see, since the clowns in front of us choose to instead hang flags of insurrectionists and treasonous fools instead of standing for critical justice. But you can try again and try to be the bloodthirsty Romans asking for silver coins. But just know Black Lives Matter Los Angeles stands with the families, defund the police, reimagine public safety. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life matters. It mattered, and we will forever be carrying his legacy forward to change the world around us. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Aga K, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A and general comments.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
2021. Did you miss us? Because we definitely didn't miss you. But we are back, and we are stronger than ever before. So let me ask you a question. Have you made your New Year's resolutions list? Is doing your damn job on your list? Is firing the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and charging them with murder on your list? Is creating a civilian oversight commission for Torrance Police Department on your list? Because if it's not, I suggest you add those on. Because those are our demands. And you know them too fucking well, because we call you every week. And we will continue to do so until justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is served. Did you enjoy the time with your family over the holidays? Do you know who didn't? The mother of Christopher and his family. Because it was their second Christmas without their loved ones. And that is on you. And instead of grieving in peace, what they have to keep doing? They have to keep calling your asses every damn week to remind you what your fucking job is. And while you get to live through another year of your life, Christopher doesn't get to do that because his life was stolen by the officers Chavez and Concannon within 15 seconds. It is absolutely disgusting how you want to give Chief Berg all the praise and accolades. Let me remind you something you know very, very well. He is a racist, despicable, walking disgrace. She has blood on her hands, the blood of a 23-year-old innocent black man. And every single day, you make a choice to not do shit about this. You are being complicit in the murder of Christopher and have his blood on your hands as well. Let me tell you something about 2021. It is the year when white supremacy is going down in flames. And white supremacists like yourself are finally going to start being held accountable. So why don't we start with your racist asses?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Allison K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Eve, you might attempt to slip away quietly by deciding you're ready to retire, but if you walk away tonight, you should know, in case you hadn't seen it in the news, that the former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder and his health director and the other ex-officials have been told that they're being charged after a new investigation into the Flint water scandal back in 2016. So yet another example which demonstrated government violence against black members of the community we're supposed to serve and protect. So even as you leave public service, your career in public service never, ever really leaves you. So carry that with you as you go to bed tonight. For the rest of you remaining, create a Citizens Oversight Commission, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Christopher will have his justice. Ms. Sherilyn will have her justice this year or next year. And the fucking data, guys, the murder of black people at the hands of police is disproportionate to the representation of the general public. That's a fucking problem. And taking a stance that even one murder is okay is a fucking problem. Please welcome the next caller.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Kat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I'm calling on items 6A, 6B, and general public comment.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. So it's interesting that you bring up the name of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his legacy when you clearly don't understand it, as other callers before me have said. His legacy is not about random acts of kindness. It was about conscious acts of justice, deliberately choosing to act in the name of justice, the name of equity, especially for black people, which y'all have been doing the exact opposite of for, at bare minimum, 2 years and counting. So instead of random acts of kindness, which are often meaningless and often favor white people, you could do conscious acts of justice, like holding officers Chavez and Concannon accountable for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by firing them. You could do something like establish a civilian oversight commission to hold law enforcement accountable for their corruption and their commitments of murder. You could stop honoring cops like Chief Berg, who refused to hold those two officers accountable and slandered Christopher's name and victim blamed him and his family, and instead hold people like her accountable as well. You could actually do things like establish setups that would protect your communities in their entirety, including Black folks in their communities. That is the kind of thing that Dr. King's legacy was actually about, not protecting cops from accountability for their crimes against civilians, especially Black civilians. He was about justice for the people. He was about taking care of the people. When you love people, you hold them accountable and you want them to be better. You don't shield them from accountability. You don't treat them like the horrible things they do were justified and acceptable. You don't leave grieving mothers to suffer in silence, being silenced by you. You don't silence grieving mothers, cut them off, cut them out, send armed cops at them when they are unarmed to kick them out of your meetings when they speak up in justice for their child. That is not justice, and that has nothing to do with King's legacy. If you're going to speak his name, then act in accordance with his legacy. Don't pretend like you understand or give a shit about King's legacy when you act in exact opposite of it. Hanging that disgusting thin blue line flag. What is the matter with you? Get back in touch with your humanity. Do the right thing for once in your lives. Don't disgrace yourselves. Don't disgrace your community. Don't disgrace Torrance by continuing to...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello, I would like to speak 9D, 9G, 8C, and oral communications.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Pork Chop in the house. You guys looking good. Happy New Year. I would like to start out with my oral communication, and I would like to tell every one of you to watch my YouTube channel, Andy Pork Chop, and subscribe, please, so more people can watch what's happening in our beautiful city. That way, you can make decisions better. You can watch all these policemen, not policemen, let's start with the firemen, because the fire department is on the agenda. The firemen who is uncontrollably running around in the city using taxpayer money for their own pleasure, with their own, taxpayers paid vehicles, going to the beach, going to Trader Joe, going to Sam's Club, going around the town. I have videos you can watch on my channel. The city using the biggest fire truck, the ladder truck 396, going from the south end of the city to the north end of the city, and then go hiding into the yard, and they try to lose Andy Pork Chop. Over an hour joyride. Now, let's go back to the fire department, ambulance services. Pat Furry gonna be in big trouble because this McCormick gonna hate his guts. They paid him attorney fees and all that stuff, get him out of the trouble so he doesn't go to jail. And now the fire department gonna have an ambulance services. Now, with this thing, the other question with the fire ambulance services I would like to ask, which one of those goons have ever run an ambulance service? Hello? Anybody put their hands up? Or Chief Cerna, are you there? Did you ever run an ambulance service? Now, when the city is in financial trouble, you guys giving 22% raises for the forensic department, 22% raises in the pandemic when you don't have money, then you want to use $2 million, start up an ambulance service, and none of you run an ambulance service. None of you know how to run a business. Chief Cerna, you don't even know where your employees are. You don't even know when your firemen are. You don't even know if they are at the beach, at the Trader Joe, or which part of the city they're gallivanting. And you want to run an ambulance service on the top of this? six fireman hero goes to Grand Pub and Grand.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Julie D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. Happy New Year's. 2020 was a topsy-turvy, crazy world. And I'm just calling to commend you for the excellent work, hard work, above and beyond work that you guys, as well as the entire employees of the city of Torrance, did to keep the city running. And I am very, very grateful. With January 2021, I am very hopeful with the vaccines starting to roll that you will continue to guide our city and to keep it safe and to get back to some kind of normalcy. Thank you. Bye.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Eli R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right. We obviously need to create a civilian oversight commission. The police were created to serve the community, so it only makes sense to have oversight from the community. And Pat Fury, Mayor, it's your responsibility to enforce the city council rules of order. Matucci is breaking section 6.4. Section 14 says displaying a sign, object, or symbolic material in violation of section 11.4. And then 11.4 says no objects larger than 8.5 inches by 11 inches. He has this unpatriotic flag that breaks U.S. code right behind him, and it's super disrespectful. He's also posted online that socialists are destroying our country, but rest assured, we will go to civil war.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Thomas A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Thomas A., are you still on the phone? Thomas A., are you still on the phone, sir? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A, 6B, and public comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Fury and City Council. I'd like to first wish Chief Berg a very happy retirement, and I want to also thank her for her leadership during the Del Amo Mall incident that happened, along with our Torrance PD. And I'd like to also say that I do stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department and our firefighters and all of our first responders. I think we owe them a debt of gratitude and thanks, unlike what they have been getting. I'm going to say something now, and I truly do mean this. Black lives do not matter any more or any less than any other life. That means that I value all life equally. And we are not a racist society. And I will never apologize for being a white person. We have a diverse city council. They ran Milton Herring out. I feel bad for him. I want to say that.
And I'm hearing a lot of talk about Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King Jr., you know, he said he brought the movement where it needed to go. And that civil rights had been addressed. And that it was up to the individual to take it the rest of the way. Meaning, to get there on the basis of his content of his character, not the color of his skin. So I'm getting a little tired of everybody saying we're a racist society. We are not a racist society. And I'll say it one more time. Black lives do not matter any more or any less than any other life. And I hope these other people will get that. Because I don't know how much more I can make that. Sister Sherilyn, it was up to you to raise your son in a proper manner. He was in a stolen vehicle that he stole. He was not obeying the police commands. He kept reaching down for that gun, and he did it to himself. I'm sorry to say it, but it can't be put any plainer. My time is darn near up. I wish I had more time, but God bless our city council, our everybody, and God bless them.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the last caller in queue. Danielle J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Greetings, Mayor, hearing city council members. I am pleased to invite all of you to a TAMA Talk Zoom this Friday, the 15th of January at 1 p.m. TAMA Talks will feature the Torrance Art Museum's registrar, Hope S. Cura, and her curated show, Rewilding Structures. Artists Jack Henry and Marina Figueredo, scholars from the Stage Culture Gallery at Row DTLA, will be jumping on board to discuss the work of artist Domingos Tutora. To register for TAMA Talks or to become a member or donate, please visit tamadvocates.com. While the museum is physically closed, art lovers can still enjoy online programming. From January 8th to April 30th, Hobson's Choice 2.0 will highlight one artist on the Torrance Art Museum's website and social media pages every Friday. Artists will be selected from your suggestions. Ask your friends for permission to nominate yourself. A selection will be made weekly each Wednesday from 6th of January to April 28th. Send your nomination and digital materials to tamchoicedot@gmail.com with the subject line Hobson's Choice 2.0, your name. Submission.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up, and at the moment we don't have any more callers in queue.
Okay. Since there's no callers, we can go on with our agenda. And that takes us to the item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see none, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to item 9, administrative matters. 9A is from our city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine directional orders from the County of Los Angeles and the state of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Shaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Shaparian, city manager. The city of Torrance continues our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by LA County. And just today, 81 additional cases were reported in Torrance, bringing our total to 4,979 cases. Sad to report, 2 additional deaths were reported in Torrance, bringing our total to 105 deaths. The California Department of Health Regional Safer at Home Order went into effect statewide on December 5th. The order remains in effect in Southern California, as our ICU capacity is currently recorded at 0. This order prohibits private gatherings, closed the sector operations except critical infrastructure and retail, and requires special coverings and physical distancing. The LA County Department of Health revised their temporary targeted safer at home order on December 30th, just before New Year. This revised order will remain in effect as long as the state's regional safer at home order is in effect. This order mandates a 10-day quarantine for anyone returning to LA County after traveling outside of the Southern California region. Closures for in-person dining at restaurants, breweries, wineries, and bars remains in effect. Takeouts, drive-through, and delivery services are still permitted, however. In an effort to boost business for the restaurant industry here in Torrance, we've launched Takeout Tuesdays. We are urging community takeout on Tuesdays and share a picture and tag us by using the hashtag Torrance Takeout to show your support to local businesses and restaurants. The campaign is in place and will continue to roll out through city cable, social media. You'll probably see digital signs around the city, e-newsletters, and on torranceca.gov. And for a list of restaurants, please visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. And if you would like to list your restaurant, please email webmaster@torranceca.gov. As a follow-up to your honorable body's discussion, you provided staff the last council meeting. The Community Development Department has been working with vendors to provide quotes for supplying seating consistent with the newly installed benches on Cravens Avenue. These benches are backless with armrests. However, the lead time for receiving the benches is approximately 6 to 8 weeks, and CDD has coordinated with the Community Services Department to assess locations in public park areas that would be suitable for enhanced seating locations. Once these initial locations have been determined, staff is planning to examine locations along the public sidewalks and at sidewalk bulb outs. This will require coordination with local businesses, property owners for identification of appropriate locations, and we're hoping as the safer at home orders are modified, we can be able to implement these measures. Due to the overwhelming impact of pandemic to area hospitals, the TFD, Torrance Fire Department, has deployed 2 of our ambulances to assist with patient care and transport. Continued thanks to our Torrance Fire Department team, as well as our local hospital partners for their professionalism and efficiency in managing the city's response to COVID-19 throughout the pandemic. And as I wrap this up, our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, continues to focus on recovery and reconstitution, focusing mainly on COVID-19 vaccine rollout. TFD began receiving our allotment of COVID-19 vaccinations starting December 28th. And to date, TFD has been able to vaccinate 164 city employees. The Ken Miller Recreation Center has been approved as a medical point of distribution, also known as an MPOD. And if finalized and approved, this will serve as a convenient location for local area once citywide distribution of vaccine becomes available. We continue to work with our partners in LA County to pursue this option. The health and safety of our employees, their families, and our community members continues to be the city's top priority. And as we near the 1-year mark of dealing with COVID-19, once again, I'd like to thank our city staff, residents, businesses for their continued efforts to keep our numbers of positive cases to a minimum for a community of our size. Lastly, Honor, myself, Chief Cerna, Katie Wand are available for any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shabaria. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept and file item 9A.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from Public Works to adopt a resolution to approve Los Angeles Regional Safe Clean Water Program transfer agreement, and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign the agreement and appropriate grant funds to the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project Phase 2. From staff.
Yes, Mayor, this is John Detto from Public Works. Thank you. As you said, this item is to adopt a resolution to approve the Clean Safe Water Program transfer agreement. And that resolution also authorizes the agreement to be signed by the Director of Public Works. And upon execution of that agreement, appropriate $906,000 to the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project for a new not to exceed budget of $1,843,547. This funding is being provided by the county for a final design of that project, and staff has already submitted a separate funding request for the construction. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Detto. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-01, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving and authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute the Los Angeles Region Safe Clean Water Program transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve item 9B and go with the recommendations of the Public Works Director and adopt resolution number 2020-01.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9C as in Charlie, from the City Attorney to request to issue a legislative subpoena to Southern California Edison to compel information regarding collection of city's utility users tax. From our City Attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Patrick Sullivan, the City Attorney. As you said, this item is a request that the City Council issue a legislative subpoena under the Charter, Section 716, to compel Southern California Edison to provide additional information regarding its collection of the city's utility users tax. Back in February of 2020, the Council issued a legislative subpoena to Southern California Edison to determine the amount of the undercollection of tax, and Edison has responded to that. We are seeking additional information to find out information, documents that show conversations or emails between Southern California Edison and the Public Utilities Commission, as well as amongst other investor-controlled utilities such as SCE, Pacific Gas and Electric, San Diego Gas and Electric. And we're seeking the documents that are listed in Exhibit A to the legislative subpoena, which is Attachment A to this item. So my office would recommend issuing the subpoena, and if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So we're looking for a motion to issue a legislative subpoena. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is item 9D as in David. From the City Manager, Human Resources to approve reallocation of 1.0 Forensic Identification Specialist position to 1.0 Senior Forensic Identification Specialist. From staff.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council members. Kelsey Winders, Human Resources Division. Item 9D is for the approval of the reallocation of Forensic Identification Specialist Cassidy Ruggieri to the classification of Senior Forensic Identification Specialist. At the December 15, 2020 City Council meeting, your honorable body approved a reorganization of the police department, specifically the forensic unit, which upgraded 2.0 forensic identification specialist positions to 2.0 senior forensic identification specialist positions, and deleted 1.0 forensic identification specialist position, which was already vacant. Per the policy on transfer of incumbent employees without examination, there are 6 criteria for considering a transfer of incumbents to positions that are reallocated, and the incumbent has met all 6 criteria. Due to the high demand nature of the forensic unit and the involvement of the position, it is recommended that the incumbent be reallocated from forensic identification specialist to senior forensic identification specialist. Staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so I will take a motion to approve this reallocation. Councilmember Chen.
Actually, Mayor, I actually hit the tab request to speak.
Okay, so you have a question?
Yeah, as a question to staff, page 21 of the, it looks like an org chart. And I just want to make sure I understood the person who's getting, I'll call it the promotion, is moving from that bottom box to one of the top boxes. So we'll have one vacant forensic identification specialist after this.
So if you are looking on page 21 of the org chart, the very bottom is a forensic identification specialist, and that is the vacant position. The position that is being reallocated is on the bottom left, where it lists senior forensic identification specialist 1.0, underfilled with a forensic identification specialist. It's that position that's being underfilled that we are recommending be approved to reallocate to the senior forensic identification specialist.
Okay, got it. So we'll have one vacant senior and one vacant forensic identification specialist.
Correct.
After this.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No other questions?
Councilmember Kalani.
I will make a motion to approve this reallocation.
Councilmember Matucci.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9E is from the city manager and city attorney's ratification and extension of administrative orders. From staff.
Thank you, Honor. Adam Tripati, city manager. The item 9E is the recommendation of the city manager and city attorney that city council adopt resolution ratifying the administrative orders by city manager issued from December 12, 2020 through January 7, 2021. Thank you very much. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chaparria. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion. Oh, I think on this one I need a number and title from the clerk first.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-02, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying administrative orders issued by the city manager, acting as the Director of Emergency Services between December 12, 2020 to January 7, 2021.
Okay, now we need a motion to concur with adoption of the resolution as well. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution. Actually, I forgot the number, 2021-1.
2.
And concur with staff. 2. And adopt and concur with staff recommendation.
Councilmember Matucci.
I will second that, Mayor.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Goodrich. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9F from the city manager's office to accept and file an update from the Office of Economic Development and approve exploration of development of technology committee from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance, and we do have a slide presentation to go with this item. Okay, great. It goes without saying that 2020 was an unusual year. Businesses suffered tremendously and the local economy was hit hard. We are still struggling, and coming out of the pandemic looks like it's going to take a while. The Office of Economic Development has worked closer than ever before with all the departments across the city to serve our business community. In the past, staff has provided updates to Council on activities, projects, and initiatives that support the local economy, and that is my intention tonight. Council may wish to see more regular updates, and I would be happy to comply if you'd like to do that. Tonight's presentation includes updates on 10 project areas. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 Business Assistance Program was approved by Council in May of last year and funded with $500,000 from the Economic Development Reserve Fund. General numbers are shared at each council meeting as part of the city manager's COVID-19 update. Over 175 businesses have been directly assisted through this program, whether for outdoor operations, operations in parks, payment of city-owned parking, and just over $200,000 was spent to date. The downtown outdoor dining program over the summer was part of this program and started something that will be continued in some shape or form when we come out of the pandemic and as we move forward with the downtown revitalization. Next slide, please. We are promoting shopping local. The Cable and Community Relations Division has supported economic development tremendously by playing an invaluable role in getting the word out to the community during the pandemic on a whole array of subjects, whether it's been through the COVID-19 Today daily cable show, through social media, or through the city website to help businesses, as well as residents, keep up with ever-changing pandemic protocols. A specific area that has been a great help is in supporting restaurants and retail in Torrance and encouraging the community to shop and dine locally. In addition to business resources, the website has included lists of grocery stores and their hours, as well as lists of restaurants that are open for takeout. Also, economic development has worked closely with Del Amo Mall management through the ups and downs of changing COVID-19 protocols, and the Public Works Department and police departments have and continue to assist the mall whenever needed during times of emergency. Additionally, the Torrance Auto Dealers Association continues to meet and communicate and promote car buying in Torrance, which is a very valuable source of revenue to the city. Association members have been added to the city's Slack channel to promote communication with the city and between members. Next slide, please. Tourism is another area. Despite the incredible negative hit to hoteliers and the travel industry in general, Discover Torrance continues to work together to market Torrance to visitors for the time that travel will be encouraged again. Marketing campaigns have promoted safety, options for dining, opportunities to get outdoors, and the hotels have offered special rates for first responders. Hoteliers were also added to the city's Slack channel to improve communication lines. City staff continue to work with Discover Torrance, Del Amo Fashion Center, and Visit California to prepare for the opening of the California Welcome Center at the mall. This will create another opportunity to promote Torrance to visitors and encourage overnight stays. People will even be able to purchase Discover Torrance branded merchandise. The plan is to open later this month, and the location is at the round booth in the grand entryway above entrance 1 as you come up from the outdoor village, and it's depicted here in the slide. Next slide, please. Signage and wayfinding is another large initiative that will take place through this year. At the end of 2020, the citywide project funded through the Southern California Association of Governments grant program is underway to inventory, update, and upgrade signage across the city, as well as helping create a sense of place, improving wayfinding to points of interest, and encouraging use of alternative modes of transportation. A preliminary sign design concept was created by Hunt Design. An IBI group has started taking inventory of all signs across the city and will work with city staff on public outreach to prioritize points of interest and develop a plan to improve wayfinding across the city. More information will be forthcoming on this project as it moves along, and expect to see updates on the city website very soon. Next slide, please. With the assistance of a Caltrans grant, Economic Development is working hand in hand with the Community Development Department staff, HR&A Consulting Group, and the community to develop a plan for the downtown that will address parking concerns, increase foot traffic, add signage, and connect the downtown to Greater Torrance and the region. Engagement with the Downtown Torrance Association has been vital to move this project along, and the businesses in the area will continue to be key drivers. Staff will be looking into the addition of street furniture, more opportunities for outdoor seating to encourage outdoor dining, and will also move forward with a reinstituted facade improvement program that will be available for businesses and property owners across the city and not just in the downtown. Next slide, please. While special events and gatherings have been prohibited during the pandemic, plans have been in the works for an outdoor sports activation at the mall that will include a skateboard park, a surf pool, and a ski hill. The Divert group has been targeting March, but we will see if we'll be able to make it happen in that time frame. And this will be a long-term special event activity that will get people out and about and gathering at the mall when we're allowed to do that. As far as filming goes, film permit requests have fluctuated during this past year. Torrance is a popular location for filming of commercials, television shows, major motion pictures, as well as still shoots and student films. Efforts continue to move towards transitioning the film permit process to Film LA. The last piece to iron out is updating our municipal code language to match our film-friendly business practices. Staff are also working on automating the permit process for both special events and filming through our Excella system, which will increase efficiencies both for internal business practices as well as for interactions with the public and permit seekers. And on the slide, it shows some examples of the Divert activation, and then the one clip is a screen grab from a Ford commercial that was filmed in the Sleepy Hollow area of Torrance. Next slide, please. The California Green Business Network has continued on this past year through state grant funding and administration by the South Bay City's Council of Governments South Bay Environmental Services Center. Torrance was able to meet the grant requirements with 32 businesses certified and 9 currently in process. Businesses are certified when they meet certain green business practices. While businesses struggle just to survive right now, and the future of the program is uncertain with budget constraints at the state level, we will be watching that closely and identifying where businesses can realize cost savings so that it is a business benefit to them moving forward. The other program that Torrance has been a part of for quite a while is the Clean Bay Restaurant Certification Program. While this is inspections are currently on hold while restaurants are closed for on-site dining, this program recognizes restaurants that go above and beyond to achieve the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, requirements. So this, again, is a pollution prevention program, and it is anticipated that as we come out of the pandemic, there may very likely be increases in certifications of restaurants because of the need to have to increase cleaning requirements due to the COVID-19 protocol. Next slide, please. A couple of future initiatives involving our Community Services Department are in very preliminary stages and may progress through commission and or council committees before coming back to the council as a whole, are the possibility of the creation of a seating wall at Miramar Park to replace the log railing surrounding the park. Staff from Torrance-based company Pelican Products have asked for the opportunity to memorialize their founder, Dave Parker, at this park. And it is a popular park, and we have received many requests over the years for people to have recognition or to use that park to be able to recognize individuals or organizations. So as we look further into the opportunity for the seating wall, it may allow for corporate and community sponsorship opportunities. So more will be coming forward on that. The other initiative that may be brought forward for consideration and has been brought up in the past is to create a friendship city program. This type of program is less formal than a sister city, but still may allow for cultural connection and the opportunity to explore mutual economic benefits and investments. There has been an interest expressed by other nations and cities over the years, and more details would need to come back to identify criteria for identifying those partnerships and other elements of the program. The picture that's shown here is of Shanghai, Taiwan, which is a specific example of a city that has expressed interest in partnering with us. Next slide, please. Now, the subject of technology. The South Bay Fiber Network, the regional fiber optic ring, was connected in late 2020, and that includes the city of Torrance. This project was initiated due to the need for access to high-speed internet by the business community. Staff will be continuing to work with American Dark Fiber, the service provider, to connect pockets of the city to the network to realize the benefit of faster, cheaper internet. Continuing to move closer to smart city capabilities where various systems can be connected. Additionally, the South Bay Entrepreneurial Center, our business incubator, continues to provide service to startup and small business owners in need of mentorship and support. The images shown here, the funky blue things and the Genius Juice, are two products that were invented by cohorts who have received services from the South Bay Entrepreneurial Center. Both of these entrepreneurs went on to Shark Tank with their products and were able to make deals with the sharks. While not always tech-based, the mentoring model of the South Bay Entrepreneurial Center can really be a benefit as we look to encourage more tech businesses to establish and grow in Torrance. The Entrepreneurial Center, while currently meeting virtually, has made use of city space in downtown Torrance. This effort should be encouraged to expand, which leads to the desire to create an ad hoc technology committee. Next slide, please. In October, in response to a council request, staff agreed to come back with more details on establishing an ad hoc technology committee. There is a supplemental on this topic to clarify that this committee would be a business-driven committee and not a council committee or commission. I look at it as something similar to our hoteliers group, auto dealers, and the downtown businesses. The purpose would be to establish a business-driven group of tech sector businesses to support each other, to communicate their needs to the city through the Economic Development Office that would help with business retention, attraction, and promote growth of this business sector in Torrance. Thoughts to help with development of this framework are to enlist the assistance of the University of Southern California through their Public Policy School Capstone program, to call on businesses identified in the past through our tech breakfast with the mayor and additional tech companies that have come into the city, to seek assistance from the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce as they have had tech groups, and also analyze data being gathered by the Finance Department in their business license renewal process on industry classifications, as well as considering purchasing a customized industry report from the State Employment Development Department Labor Market Information Division. I know those are broad brush strokes, and that's a lot of information, but at this point, the concept for moving forward with exploration of forming a tech committee is open for discussion. I stand by to take any questions and await your direction on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. And you certainly did say there was a lot of information to digest, and it truly was, but it shows how much you've been doing during this period of time when it's not been the easiest of times to reach out and talk to businesses and get things going. There's a question from Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not so much a question, but several comments and thoughts. Clearly, I think we're all proponents of doing everything we can to help our businesses in our city. That's a no-brainer, and I think that probably at a start, maybe this list of many, many things should be prioritized as to potentially the order that we think they're important to progressing forward with. Also want to just make a shout out about the incubator. I was one of the judges for the Cal State Dominguez Hills Toro tank, where both of those products that you referenced were brought forward by our incubator and Dominguez Hills to move forward, and we voted to move both of those products forward. And as you said, they were both successful on the Shark Tank. I was really happy about that, and so I have seen the benefit of what our incubator can do, and hopefully that's something that we can keep us moving forward. Unfortunately, most of these things, or a lot of them, require funding of some sort, and in order to make them successful. So I guess that's a piece that isn't really discussed with any of these, but I'm 100% for anything that will help us, bring us more business, help our businesses be more successful, and so on and so forth. But we just need to also keep in mind that, a function like some of these, without appropriate organization and funding, may really not be functional. And I'm concerned about it, and I'd like to hear more details about it. But I think in general, anything we can do to help our businesses is a plus. And certainly with my background in the tech industry, I'm 100% for seeing anything to help bring more tech businesses in here, and the fiber for internet connectivity for our businesses is tremendously huge. And so I'm a huge proponent of anything in relation to tech. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran, for bringing this package to us. In response to your initial question, would we like to have more regular updates? My response would be yes, to have more regular updates from the economic development. And when this item was brought up, I believe it was Councilman Goodrich last year to consider opening up an ad hoc, I was in favor of it. As I thought about it, reading through this package, without starting the ad hoc committee like live now, I had some ideas that I'd like to bounce off staff. Because, suggesting a ad hoc tech committee sounds real good, but I'm wondering maybe we may have to look at it from another different point of view. Something like, for example, we have a strategic planning committee, and maybe identifying what is the problem that we're trying to solve. For example, if in the high-tech aerospace industry, there are different problem sets we're trying to fight to get ahead of the enemy, and identify, for example, cyber, and that risk was identified many, many years ago in the Department of Defense, and they've been working on it. And I'm just wondering, there's a way we could tie in the problems that, for example, we want to utilize we want to have better traffic movement in the city of Torrance. So I'm going to make up something, for example, so people can move around faster, more efficiently, meaning are there technologies, things like video surveillance, time of day, that's constantly monitoring, because we have faster internet, 5G. And so if a person's on third shift at an intersection at 4 in the morning, waiting for the light to turn green, there's an immediate turn green because there's enough sensors. And the censoring part is the technology. Is what we need to have a problem we want to solve, and technology is just one way of solving the problem. Or is there a better way we could do public safety? Is there more monitoring, surveillance input to give the fire department when they get the 911 call, so they have a better way of deploying the right amount of resources? Because I know sometimes we wonder why is always the first truck, the paramedic, and then the ambulance is an overkill. And I understand a lot of times the fire department don't know what the situation is, but they need to send the whole set. And so, and then the other thing is the revenue part, right? Or I'm talking about revenue for the future, because, you know, it's from the economic, is, you know, start describing what is the future of our city, and then determining what is needed. You know, it's like someone at one point determined that, you know, we need a better way to communicate. We need to be able to do it when we're not home. And somebody envisioned a cell phone, right? And then somebody determined that there's a better way to communicate and do social media. They added a camera to the smartphone, and then they added the internet capability. The technology was the backbone that helped out a problem set that we want in our future community. I'm thinking there's an intersection with maybe, unless I'm thinking the Strategic Plan Committee should do more, because it's really where our city is going in the future for public safety, for traffic flow, for you know, dangerous sensors when there's a virus leak or a you know, radiation leak, catastrophe. So technology comes under it. You know, it's good that we already have things like the Entrepreneurial Center and the Innovation Incubators. And as we have people come up with things to fix what we want to solve, then the company starts coming to our city, you know, and then as the more, you know, companies start establishing their roots in our city, then there's also a pathway for revenue as more staff is coming in, employees, higher paying jobs. Then we go back to, you know, solving the problem. Are we willing to have more? I'm going to make up for something, more 5G towers, because if you want smart city, we're going to have to decide, are we willing to take more towers? Because if we don't take more towers, we won't have 5G, we won't have smart city. And those are things that we need to have a buy-in. As we look in the future, what are we willing to, what do we want based on the problem set and where we're going? And then technology comes in and provide what we want to be in the future. Just as a little philosophical thought. Thank you.
Mr. Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Fran, thank you for all your efforts. I think it's remarkable what we do as a city to help our businesses. I do feel we could definitely do more in different areas. California as a whole has to be probably the most business-unfriendly state in the U.S. What I'd like to personally see in future plans is a economic development team that takes a proactive approach to seeking out legislation that's being introduced that could negatively affect our local businesses. I think there's a lot of change that comes down from Sacramento that affects us that we many times were unaware of. I know the Torrance Chamber of Commerce does have a team that looks into that. Maybe working with the Torrance Chamber could be an option. I know we always do keep in communication. I constantly get emails from them with new laws, but a lot of times they've already been voted on. I think as a city, we should also advocate for pro-business legislation and maybe push some of our local elected officials, such as state assemblymen, state senators, to come up with legislation that helps these businesses, whether it's through funding, easing up on whatever it might be, permitting, like seller's permits, how easy is it to get one, health food permit. I've helped several businesses, and it's like you have to go through fiery hoops to get things in order. Maybe having an assistance program for new businesses that want to come to Torrance a system with all those different steps, kind of like, in a way, I don't want to call it consulting, but, maybe a guidance center. I know we do have a lot of pamphlets and stuff like that, but for somebody that's new in business, it does get rather confusing and overwhelming. I've mentioned this before in the past. I'd also like to see an incentive program for home-based businesses, especially with COVID. We've been seeing a lot of people starting to work from home. We want some of these home businesses to become legitimate businesses and possibly grow to be the next Amazon, whatever. But maybe give some incentive, such as $99 for the first 3 years in business if you're a new business in Torrance, regardless of how big your company is. Something along those lines. But I think we're doing a great job with what we have. I think we do need to invest probably more resources into the economic development. We need to reach out around the world. We are a great hub. We have an international port here. We have an airport and millions of people to tap into for business. So, and we're right in the heart of it, pretty much. So, anyways, I do appreciate all your efforts, and I think we're on the right path. We've definitely been through a very difficult time, and I think now is the time to start recovering from all the damage that has been done. But thanks again. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, just listening to the last two comments here from Council Members Chen and Matucci, wondering if there's a way to maybe take that and improve upon this tech committee thing here. There are currently 4 goals listed. I'm wondering, a question for staff here, if it might be appropriate to add 1 goal, just again expounding upon this feedback that we're hearing, and add a 5th goal that might be to monitor tech-related legislation from the state and advise staff on that. The thing I'm not clear about is how that might be redundant, if so or if not, with existing staff efforts in monitoring legislation.
Thank you. Well, I understand a lot of the. Sorry?
That was a question for staff.
Okay.
This is Councilor Adams, City Manager. I think we can, rather than duplicate efforts, since our office monitors legislation, and if this committee is formed with the sector representatives, we'll make sure that the information is shared with the group for their feedback and advocacy on a citywide level, and partnering with the Chamber and other partners.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
This is Fran. I was just going to mention, I know the mayor and Eleanor Jones in our office regularly attend the Governmental Action Committee of the Chamber. So I know there is monitoring and action on that. And a lot of times Ellie will ask me about specific legislation for my viewpoint on whether or not we should bring it forward for the city to support. Sometimes they're at odds, but I agree. We need to look at whatever we can do to promote business friendliness. I agree with that.
What I was going to say was that we do have a number of different locations. The Chamber of Commerce does it. We do it, looking at it. And if we do put together this ad hoc committee, they would certainly have to be in the mix. They may catch things that staff doesn't, or even the Chamber doesn't. Even with its technological committee that the Chamber has, because they're monitoring the legislature, on a daily basis. As there's thousands of bills that are put through the Assembly and the Senate each year. A lot of them die early, but there's thousands of them. And when you see one that you want to support, that's an important one to reach out to that specific legislator and help them push it through. So I think we're all on the same page with this. I think having together the ad hoc committee, but putting them into the regular communications with our city staff and the city manager's office, including Ms. Fulton and Ms. Bart Jones, as well as our relationship with our Chamber of Commerce, and to a great degree with the other business organizations as well. BizFed comes to mind right away. I mean, that's a countywide organization, and each of us weighs in on legislature. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I get, we send letters, and then we follow up letters, and then we do follow up phone calls, and then there's sometimes that the California League of Cities, I'll get a blast from them saying, okay, it's time to text Senator so-and-so or Assembly Member so-and-so to let them know what our feelings are today because it's on the floor. And a lot of times I think that last-minute information is helpful. But I think if everybody comes together, I think it puts it in a better stead. But, I think we have to go forward. I think we have to look at this. Will there be funding? Not out of our general fund right now because it's not in the budget, but there is some funding in our economic development office, and as well as a lot of funding that may become available under grants, whether they're federal and state. And my understanding is, in fact, and I'm not sure of all the logistics, but my understanding is this Congress is bringing back the ability to get direct funding on certain projects a lot easier than it was in the previous. So, and that was even way before the election. I think that Congress, as a bipartisan, looked at earmarks is not a dirty word because it's been 10 years since they've had earmarks, and I think a lot of the legislators who were against earmarks, federal earmarks, decided that they're not bringing money back to their district, so they decided maybe earmarks is a good idea. It's only a very small percentage of the national budget, but it actually gives the opportunity. So that may be another opportunity for us, whether it's through the federal, the state, or the county, to look for some funding that way. I think we can maybe get some traction on our idea. Councilmember Griffiths, I think you had another question or comment?
Yeah, I did have two more comments, really. Like I said earlier, I'm in general in support of doing anything we can to help our businesses move forward. So I would certainly support moving forward with this item. But I also wanted to add in that I would like to see regular updates from the economic development at our council meetings. I would suggest that maybe they be quarterly because there's a lot of stuff going on with our businesses in relation to COVID, in relation to government programs, and so on and so forth. So I think that that's an important part of what we should make a recommendation for on this this item. And then I did want to just, restate the comments that were made just prior about, as far as spending time researching bills affecting business. I know that the Chamber and BizFed both do a tremendous amount of work in doing that, and I think rather than reinvent the wheel, we can do a quick review of what they do. But my biggest concerns on any of this is staff time and costs. But I am willing to look into more details on these going forward, and I would support this.
Thank you. In fact, I just got a text message from Ms. Duperon. Said the Chamber is always happy to partner with you. Been listening all night. Been a long time since I've heard your voice. So the Chamber is paying attention to what we're doing here tonight. So, hello, Donna. How are you?
Mayor, she texted me too.
She's busy watching. So, what we're doing is relevant. It's very important. And it's the partnership that we already have. Let's make that partnership even greater. I think that's the best way to go. Councilmember, I have a request to motion, but is there any more questions or comments before we go there? If not, then Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve item 9F under the recommendation of the city manager to accept and file an update of the economic development and approve exploration of the development of technology committee.
Second.
And the next one in was Councilmember Goodrich.
Start voting, please.
I'm assuming that includes the quarterly updates?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And that brings us to 9G from the city manager and fire to discuss and approve implementation of emergency medical services transportation program from fire.
Good evening, Your Honor. Katie, are you going to bring up our slides?
Chief, are you able to see the slides up on the screen?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is Martin Cerna, Fire Chief for the City of Torrance. Item 9G is requesting your honorable body to approve the implementation of an EMS transportation program for the City of Torrance. This item was first presented to the Employees Relations and Public Safety Committee on October 26th. The committee approved the item to be brought forward to your honorable body for further discussion and approval. The fire department presented the item to your honorable body on December 1st, but at the conclusion of the presentation, the item was pulled to allow your honorable body more time to evaluate. Recognizing there was several items that required further clarification, the fire department completed and provided a more comprehensive report. As shared in our previous presentation, we recognize that the implementation of a new program and service will require some flexibility. To ensure we have success, we may need to pivot as we methodically build out the Torrance transportation program. The proposal of the ambulance program is not only an opportunity to address a budget challenge, but more importantly, it will allow us to provide a higher level of service for all our community members. Next slide. Continuity of care. Currently, the gap we have in our system, we do not take 100% control of our patients. When someone calls 911, we respond, and depending on the severity of the medical emergency, members of the Torrance Fire Department may not always be with their patient as they transported to the emergency room. For the low acuity medical emergencies, our current private provider transports our patients to the emergency room. This gap does not allow us to quality control our customer service experience and to ensure our community members are receiving the highest quality of care. Local control. During the last couple of months and what we're experiencing currently in the pre-hospital setting and our emergency room system is truly being stretched and challenged. We have been able to adjust our service model, but with the build-out of our EMS program, this will provide the opportunity to will allow us the opportunity not to depend on LA County, to provide direction, as we did when we launched our COVID testing initiative program when the pandemic hit back in March. We implemented our COVID testing for our most vulnerable community within a couple weeks. It took the county, LA County, quite some time for them to launch that service for our community. The ambulance operator position will also serve as our final piece for our Grow Our Own program. This will allow the opportunity to recruit and retain local talent within our community and serve as a career building step for future firefighters. The economics. The proposal is an opportunity to address some of the expected budget shortfalls coming from the aftermath of COVID-19. Approval of the program will allow local dollars to stay local. The revenue generated from the program will allow the opportunity to invest these dollars back into the City of Torrance general operating budget. If approved, it will also allow the fire department to not only maintain our current emergency response service capability, but enhance our ability to improve patient outcome and treatment. Next slide. Our current transportation model outsources that service to a private provider, McCormick Ambulance Company. They are currently required to have 5 dedicated BLS ambulance, 5 ambulances dedicated within the city. 4 of them are required to be basic life support ambulances, and 1 is an advanced life service or a paramedic unit. Next slide. Our proposal tonight is for your honorable body to approve 5 TFD BLS units. 3 of these BLS units will be staffed 24/7. 2 of them will be staffed on a peak staffed shift, and 3 of the additional requests will be in reserve. It was noted in our first presentation, but I wanted to highlight because there have been questions related to establishing a replacement budget. The annual cost of the new ambulances will be, we're looking at leasing them, and the annual cost will be $247,702. It is accounted for in our projections in Section 8 of the proposal. At the conclusion of 7 payments, the city will own the ambulances or the vehicles. Their expected service life will be similar to what we have for our current paramedic units, 10 years. At that point, we'll evaluate and we'll have replacement funds already established because we plan on maintaining that $247,000 and rolling it into the subsequent years. In doing so, our intent is to replace the chassis, but recycle the ambulance boxes. That's how we're going to design them, and that's what we're planning on doing as we move forward to ensure that we have updated equipment. Next slide. We recognize that there were some concerns related to our resiliency. Some questions have been presented to us, and what would happen if we had a mass casualty type of incident where we need additional resources? We currently have auto aid agreements with our local fire departments, Los Angeles City, LA County Fire, and other beach city fire departments. We also plan to enter into an agreement with McCormick, which is industry standard, to develop an MOU that allows us to have them respond to us in the event we do have a multi-casualty incident. Next slide. This provides an overview of the budget for the program once it's up and running. Our proposal request does have some startup cost, which is outlined in the proposal and the agenda item. One thing that I would like to note is of seven surveyed cities in Los Angeles County, collection rates varied between 27 and 38%. The wide range of collection really depends on the city's demographic. Our analysis has us, of the 5-year analysis that our senior admin analyst completed, has on average our collection rate to be somewhere around 30%. It is outlined in Section 8 for further clarification. I understand there are some fees that are associated, that are included in the proposal, but they will come back for final approval at a later date. These fees are the no transport and first responder fees. At this time, if Assistant Chief Alec Miller is on the line, I will have him explain a little bit more in detail as to what these 2 fees are. Chief Miller, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here, Chief Cerna.
So can you please provide a little bit more details? Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Body, like Chief Cerna stated, we will be returning to Council with a separate item on these fees, but I'll give you an overview of them at this time. Together with the Finance Department, we did hire an outside vendor to complete a fee study on this matter. His full report will be available when we bring the item forward. Treat and no transport fee. This is something that is becoming more prevalent in LA County and California. It's in place right now during COVID through the EMS agency, where we can respond to an individual's house and provide care for them and then refer them to go see their doctor the next day instead of transporting them to a hospital. Since this is a new item in LA County and it's working to help alleviate the overcrowding of the local hospitals, we see that this is going to be something that's more and more prevalent as we move forward. So what the treat and no transport fee is we can respond to somebody's house, treat them even with ALS measures, say if they were a diabetic or needed one of our medications like Narcan, we could treat them with those medications. They could sign out either against medical advice or as a part of the treat and refer policy that's in place now, and we don't have to take them to the hospital. And this gives us an avenue to recoup some of our expenditures for the medications and our services when we respond to somebody's house like that and don't transport them. A first responder fee is a little different, and that is something that is allowed via the Fire Protection District Law of 1987, which is a health and safety code. And this reads that if a department board determines that the amount of revenue for the coming fiscal year will be inadequate to meet the amount of expenditures needed to protect life and property, the preliminary budget shall propose methods of raising adequate revenues or reducing services. So what that is excuse me real quick. If we respond to, say, a traffic accident, we can charge an insurance company for that response. And part of that would be the cost of readiness that the fire department incurs to respond on those types of calls that are typically not covered under property taxes. So we can also implement what we call compassionate billing method, which is only allowing ourselves to collect those fees from insurance companies and not further going after any of our residents if the insurance company doesn't cover it. But like I said, the cost of readiness is the first responder fee, and the treat and no transport is treating people in their houses and not transporting them to the hospital. But like I mentioned earlier, we will come forward with a new council item to discuss just those fees and get your approval.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Next slide. We wanted to share out of the 28 fire departments in Los Angeles, these are the departments that have a transport program. If approved, we would be the 21st department to provide this service for their community. We did also reach out outside of Los Angeles County, again, to ensure that we have the industry's best practices in our proposal. And those other 8 cities we researched were the cities of Anaheim, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Fountain Valley. Next slide. We recognize this is a fundamental shift for our community. Although the proposal addresses some budget issues, the fundamental foundation of the program will allow the TFD to enhance and improve patient care and outcomes. Staff is now available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sure we have some questions. Council Member Ashcraft is the first one.
Thank you. Chief Cerna, thank you. I know I've asked and made a lot of statements to you, and I appreciate all the time you've spent. I have a couple of questions that are new. The thought process in my head about the treat and no transfer fee, is that covered by insurance? Do you know?
Chief Miller, can you answer Councilwoman Ashcraft's question?
Yes, currently it is covered by insurance companies, although Medicare and Medi-Cal currently do not cover that. but we're anticipating legislation moving forward that will allow Medicare and Medi-Cal to pay that treat and no transport fee. Like I said,
okay, and I would assume that Medicare and Medi-Cal are a large number of the call-outs. Also, in talking about treat and no transfer, how would, and I guess it's probably impossible, to guard against abuse of that you could keep getting called out because the people want you to come to their home, treat them, and maybe it's an ongoing problem. I could see abuse in that. And that tied to the collection rate, the overall, not just our city, but overall, seems really low to me. A collection rate of 27 to 38%, and our city getting 30%. Wow, that seems really low to be able to run a program. Even for, and I'm assuming that's the same for private ambulance companies too. That's really, really low to me.
27% is what we're actually at right now through our private, through McCormick Ambulance. And, through the contracted provider that we're looking at, Whitman Enterprises, they think they can do better than that. But that is that's a gross number, because imagine Medi-Cal or Medicare only pay a portion of what a normal transport is, so that's factored in as well, that we get a reduced claim or reduced revenue from Medicare or Medi-Cal patients.
Do you know if any of the cities that are doing their own transport, does the city subsidize any portion of their city transport?
From the cities that we've talked to, and we've talked to quite a few, they all make enough revenue recovery off of the transport to fully run their transport program.
Okay, so they at least break even, if not make a little bit more to cover costs.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for putting this program together and bringing it back, because the first one was a little, simple when it was presented. I did have concerns, and I did meet with a few of you on a couple occasions, and you've answered a few very important questions. I just wanted to make it public that some of my biggest concerns were the long-term effects on our unfunded pension liability. Also, the budgeting for the replacement of the vehicle. I thought that should be part of the annual budget from day one. And the reason I say that is because, these leases are going to be for 7 years, paid off in 7 years, but we're going to continue making those payments. But what about after those 3 additional years? Are we going to continue leasing new vehicles and doing that 7-year program again? Are we going to just purchase vehicles at that point? So I guess there's, I would like to give this program, if we're going to do this, a little bit more of a long-term, steady budget, so that's not, low at the beginning and higher at the end, and then we have to dip into other vehicle replacement funds in order to get new chassis. And, of course, the life expectancy of the boxes may be longer than the chassis, but they, too, may have to be replaced at some point, whether it's 15 or 20 years down the road or 30 years. The pandemic, maybe people losing their jobs, losing their insurance coverage, losing their ability to, am I going to pay medical bills or am I going to pay rent? Those are, I guess, the unforeseen things that we should probably take into account. I'm also concerned about the expansion, of government. I'm more of a, let the private sector take care of it kind of thing. But I do understand the benefits of this. And, I'm not blind to the idea that we are going to have control over, training, quality of the individuals that we hire. It was also brought to my attention that the idea is also to possibly make this a stepping stone into possibly training them to become firemen or firewomen or fire personnel. I think, and also control the quality that we give to our quality care that we give to our residents, business owners, or visitors that might need to dial 911. So I do realize there's some benefits there, but staff did, I think, a great job answering my questions, and I'm still kind of torn on this. This is actually a difficult one for me, just because I know that government in general doesn't have necessarily a good track record of running things. This is, in essence, a new business that needs to be handled by our city. I am confident that we have the right people in charge of these departments, and like I said, I'm torn on this one, but I'm going to have to think positively on this one and hope for the best. But I would like to see, within the year, maybe at the 1 year mark, once it's implemented, a detailed report of where we are. I know we get those, but something detailed to where we can actually speak about this publicly, and maybe even a 3-year review. Because if it doesn't work, I would expect the council to scrap it eventually. So we do need to work hard to make this program work and make sure that it does what we promised the people of Torrance that it's going to do. But ultimately, people do respect our police and fire and love Torrance because of it. So, again, I'm torn. But that's all I got. Thank you, guys. You answered all my questions before. I just wanted to make a little bit of a spiel here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chiefs, for all your work on this project. To quote you, Chief, this implementation of this program would in fact be a fundamental shift for our whole community. And right off the bat, that's where I'm concerned is, for the best I can tell, the community has had no input on this. I know we had a meeting with the Public Safety Council Committee. My understanding, there was no members of the public present. There's been really no one that's spoken out except for maybe 1 or 2 people at the 2 meetings council meetings that this has been discussed. And this affects every single person in our community. And so I'm really concerned that we need to be making very, very cautious and careful decisions on what we're doing in regards to implementing a new significant business like taking over the ambulance service, which is a multi-million-dollar business on its own. I'm hearing somebody's paper shuffling, and it's very conflicting to my talking. So what I want to start with is, Chief, if I'm not mistaken, you've told me that this is in response to the budget cuts that were made as part of the COVID-19 budget update that we did in June of last year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so bottom line is that the fire department either needed to cut $2.4 million or find some other source of revenue to fill that gap. And so one of the things I looked at in your report, and I appreciate the details in it, and I want to refer to that right now, is what would happen if we just made the cuts that you suggested we would have to make if we did nothing else besides make the cuts. And you have a section in the a booklet, I think it's starting on page 39, that talks about the cuts that would have been necessary to make if we did not move forward with the ambulance contract. So I want to specifically refer to your specific documentation on this, which is very clear. You provided 3 different areas and impacts of what would happen if we made these cuts. And those 3 scenarios are the first unit travel time for EMS ALS Code 3 incidents. Basically, your analysis showed, and I'm assuming your analysis is pretty conservative, was only a 2.53% reduction in meeting the target time of 4 minutes. Is that correct?
Which page are you on, Councilman? I'm sorry.
43.
43, thank you. Chief Milliken, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. This is Chief Milliken with the Fire Department. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Councilman. I'm following along with you. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm that your analysis showed that if you took the cuts that your own department analyzed and came up with, that by implementing those cuts, this particular item, the first unit travel time for EMS ALS Code 3, would result in a 2.53% reduction in meeting the target time of 4 minutes. I just wanted to confirm that that's accurate.
Yes, sir. When we ran these scenarios, we partnered with Deccan International. They're a software company that we use for not only measuring our performance, but also they have tools that we can do deployment modeling with. And so we partner with them for these numbers. I think the important thing to realize with the 2.53% reduction, in terms of the modeling that we do, if you look back on page 41, to put that in perspective, that would equate to a noticeable change in service in deployment when we look at when we do the mathematical model.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but to put it into real specific numbers, that a 2.53% reduction is only 6 seconds. Is that correct? For a 4-minute response time?
That sounds about correct. I don't have the specific number in front of me.
Okay, well, that's what I calculated based on your figures. And I just wanted to make it clear that putting it in a sense that people can really grasp, that it's a 6-second potential reduction in meeting the target time. Then moving on to the second section that you have for that you feel would be affected, and that's the first truck travel time for structure fires. And in that analysis that you did using that software tool, that for an 8-minute response time, that the cuts would result in a 4.89% reduction in meeting the target time, and that equates to 23 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And I won't beat this to death, but then that's the math that I calculate based on your figures. And then the third item that you suggested would be affected by the cuts would be the effective response for first alarm structure fires. And your statement, based on the analysis, is that would result in a 1.03% reduction in meeting the target time of 10 minutes and 24 seconds, and that results in a 6.3-second reduction in response time. I know no reduction in response time is something we would like to see, and obviously we would always love to see our response times be better. But in the way I look at that as a personal reason, I think that those differences in response times, as represented by a $2.4 million cut, are pretty negligible reductions. So I just wanted to start off with that, unless you have something you'd like to add to that.
Just if I could clarify, Mr. Councilman, the reduction is with meeting the time target, which is as a percentage. It's not necessarily meeting the reduction for a specific, should say the specific number. We're looking at how often that we can get there in that time as a whole when we look at all of the incidents. I'm not sure if I'm making that clear. I think the other point to make is when you look at the charts, the scenario comparison, those are the net difference. So the difference of what are between our current model and what the proposed model are, And so those are going to be probably one of the best indicators of where we see that impact. So we would see significant impacts, for truck travel time to the west side of the city by taking out Rescue 95 to some of those ALS times. And we do see some degradation on that ERF in specific parts of the city. So I think it's not just a matter of a couple seconds here and there. I believe there is a greater impact, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you have on the analysis.
Well, that's all I have on the analysis of what would happen if we just went along with the requested budget cuts. So I do want to move on then to my comments and questions about the proposed ambulance transport service. I've mentioned this question many times, and I just don't feel like I'm getting a good answer on it about liability exposure. We know that the world today is very litigious. Let's say that an ambulance on their way to a call hits another car and causes damage not only to that car but to the ambulance and potentially injures a person in the public. That's the kind of liability I'm really concerned about, and it only takes a couple of those to generate millions of dollars of potential costs to the city in legal settlements and legal costs. And I don't see anywhere in your proposal that you're covering for those costs of liability to the city. Maybe I'm missing something. Can you help me with that?
I can help you with that, Councilman Griffiths. This is Chief Miller with the EMS Division. So I worked with Jason Nishiyama over in, he's one of our auditors, and the city does have two insurance policies that he informed me of that do cover claims that go over $5 million for our self-insured retention. So he's planning on taking out an additional policy to cover any liability that this program might incur. We did also reach out to two cities that are the cities that are most like Torrance in size and demographics and call load, one in Orange County and one in LA County, just to get a broader view on it. And the city in LA County, we asked them about specifically, they've been running a transport model for many years, and we asked them what their payouts were over the last 5 years for any claims that involved their ambulances and their BLS transport. And the total over 5 years for this city in LA County was $19,544. So roughly $4,000 a year. The city in Orange County that is very similar to ours, we asked them the same thing. What was their payout over the last 5 years? And again, they've been running a transport model for many, many years, very successful. And over 5 years, their payout was $21,000. And so again, about a little over, just over $4,000 a year in payouts. So, that's what we can do to tell you what common cities see in claims, and they are claims for, fender benders or ambulance gurney that scratches a vehicle because they lose control of it at the bottom of the driveway, or a dropped patient, or something like that. So with a robust loss prevention program that we can put in place through training and the proper equipment like the powered gurneys that we're looking for, and a good training program which we included in the document, and also those increased insurance policies that will also be paid for out of this program. I and the city attorney's office, and I'm sure the finance department, all feel that we're covered in that aspect.
Is the cost for the liability insurance I'm referring to covered in your budgetary proposal?
Chief Cerna, if I can. If you go to page 29, you will see that included in the proposal is $50,000 to increase our liability and workers' comp policy premium. And if I can, one of the comments you mentioned, if I can kind of circle back, I know we didn't address it when Chief Milliken was presenting an update to the response model. I know you're concerned in regards to public input and feedback, but if you turn to the introduction, we do include our strategic plan in the proposal On page 6, it does provide you an overview where we did receive public comment as to what the community expected of its fire department, and the number one ranking item is emergency medical services. So we use that as our gauge when we evaluate expanding our EMS system and where we can improve on. So we did receive public comment, and that's what we're referring to as far as feedback from the community.
Appreciate that. On the $50,000 you've indicated in here, I'd like to confirm that $50,000 would cover the situation where an ambulance attendant drops a patient and that patient sues us for $5 million. Would that $50,000 insurance premium cover that?
I believe finance is on the line, or Jason Nishiyama, maybe they can kind of speak to it.
Yeah, this is Councilman, this is Jason Nishiyama with Risk Management Finance. The additional liability insurance that will be purchased for this purpose will cover claims in excess of our self-insured retention of $5 million.
Okay, so if they sued us for $5 million and we lost, we would pay that $5 million out of our own pocket.
That is correct.
And this $50,000 would not do anything to help with that.
It will pay for the amount over the $5 million.
Yeah, that wasn't in my example, though. But, okay, I appreciate that clarification, because that does really present to me a significant exposure of liability. Even though there's been other cities that have been very fortunate not to have any issues, it only takes one or two cases, as I said, for the liability to the city to go through the roof and wipe out any potential profits that we have. So that's a big concern of mine, and I still don't see it being addressed from the standpoint of how do we protect our $5 million coverage that we have to pay out of pocket. But I'll move on. The ambulance attendant employees, my understanding, because I've had friends and family who've actually been EMTs, it's a pretty high turnover position. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman, that's correct.
So that amount of turnover in a position like that would create situations that would make a lot of time and effort being spent on hiring and finding new candidates and so forth. And where would that burden fall? On the fire department or HR or who?
As I mentioned earlier, it would fall into our grow our own program, and our recruitment tool would be our explorers, our fire cadets, and ambulance operators. That would fall onto the fire department. It's currently it's just an added piece to that grow our own program that we've already initiated.
But who does the screening of the background checks and the application verification of references and all the other stuff that's required to bring on an employee? Is that HR?
The fire department's administrative division.
It'll be in conjunction with HR. It's not your party and city manager. It'll be HR working with the fire department.
They do have involvement in this. Is there budgetary costs provided for HR's effort that would be required to maintain the staff of employees?
Well, sir, the fluctuation of our recruitment varies year to year. It'll be part of our broader work effort as we go into the next several months with the soft hiring freeze. We'll be able to shift resources, and I can ask Mr. Viet Hong to chime in, but we'll have the capacity to assist. Plus, fire has their own staff that could assist in the effort.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, Viet Huang. Councilman Griffiths, Raman, Chief Cerna summarized that perfectly. We do anticipate fluctuations based off of some changes in hiring that could carve out more time for staff to assist with this recruitment efforts and onboarding that would be associated with it. But in all of our other partnerships with the fire department has been outstanding in providing key personnel to assist with recruitment and selection. Human resources almost serves as a support function in that case. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then in regards to the the ambulance attendants and drivers. The situation of coverage for employees who are become sick or to need sick time off or vacation or who are off on workers' compensation claims. How do you cover for the backup when that happens?
Chief Miller, you want to touch on the staffing proposal that we've put together in the plan?
Yes. So we plan on staffing, obviously, 3 of the units 24 hours a day and the other 2 units on a peak staff. We did include in the staffing proposal and the projections some overtime for if they're sick or injured individuals. And we have discussed in the future implementing something like our bus operators have, which is a relief bus operator position that we can explore in the future. We haven't outlined that yet, but it's something that we've discussed to limit overtime. Would be the key component is for that relief ambulance operator position.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes down to the question of the equipment, the actual ambulances themselves. The 2 ambulances that we have currently that were just put into service, it's my understanding that those are at least 8 years old. Am I not mistaken?
I believe that's correct.
I think they were purchased in 2012 or 2013 at the latest.
Correct, but they're not.
I know they haven't been heavily used, but I am concerned that because of their age, that parts and so forth, which is a common comment that we get when you're asked for a replacement of vehicles, is that it's hard to get parts for older equipment and so on and so forth. And also, it impacts the reliability and ability for these pieces of equipment to be available for service. So I'm very concerned that 2 of the ambulances that you're proposing to move forward with are pretty old in the big picture, and so that's a concern of mine, and I'm not sure how you are addressing that because it's unclear to me where I see any money for replacement vehicles.
Councilman Griffiths, go ahead. This is Chief Miller. Yeah. The 2 ambulances that we proposed implementing initially are right now paramedic rescue ambulances. We're borrowing those from the paramedics. We will be purchasing 8 brand new ambulances for this program, 5 of which will be our frontline ambulances, and 3 will be in reserve status when the frontline ones need some repair or maintenance. Those 2 ambulances that we're borrowing while they build our 8 frontline ambulances will go back into the paramedic fleet once we take delivery of the 8 new units. And those do have replacement costs associated with them now. So when it's time for them to be replaced, we'll replace them with new units. And as we stated,
there's already money in the budget for their replacement?
Yes, they have vehicle replacement funds accruing currently.
All right, thank you. How long would these older ambulances be in service before the new ambulances would be available?
It would be approximately 6 to 8 months while they built out our ambulances. Speaking with the manufacturer, they can typically deliver a couple at a time, depending on what stock they have in their facility for cab chassis. They typically hold millions of dollars worth of stock in cabin chassis. So they could start building on some of those once we give them the green light, so to speak, and they could have a couple delivered sooner than that. But in the preliminary talks, 6 to 8 months is the build time.
Great, thank you. Moving to a different topic, the issue of the new fees that are mentioned, and we had some discussion on that, and there's really no detail in this proposal for those fees, except there's an almost $400,000 revenue indicated in your spreadsheet for these new fees, which are called the first responder fee and a treat no transfer fee. These are new fees that the public is not paying today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In Torrance?
Yes, that's correct.
And so why would we feel the need to impose those fees when our current provider is able to function without those fees?
those are just additional ways of offsetting some of the cost of doing business. And the most important one that I spoke to earlier was that treat no transport fee, just because we see a fundamental shift in the way that EMS is going to be delivered within Los Angeles County. The EMS agency is looking, they are currently right now, they've implemented a new policy where we call treat and refer, which is we're treating people in their houses and referring them to their doctor so we don't impact the hospitals, because that's an issue right now with surge. As that becomes more commonplace, we expect it to be something that is even more common in the future. So as we shift to where we're treating people in their homes and not transporting them, we still want to charge for those services and those medications and those supplies to offset the cost of doing that business.
Do we currently treat no transfer patients today, but just not charge a fee?
It is a brand new policy that came out just because of COVID and the impact we were having on the emergency rooms. So the EMS agency put out a directive that is temporary during the COVID pandemic to treat and not transport to reduce the impact on the emergency rooms.
So again, I'm still unclear then. If somebody had a sprained ankle and you went out and you put a splint on them and they said, just go to your own doctor or go sit in the ER on your own, we're not going to transport you, would we do that today, or would we automatically, if they called us out, we would transport them no matter what?
Right now, currently we transport all except for cold and flu-like symptoms that are not COVID. So that's the directive we have from the EMS agency on treat and refer, is for individuals that are sick with cold and flu-like symptoms. And they have to fall under that, what we call a provider impression. They have to fall under that cold and flu. And those are the only ones that we can treat and refer currently.
All right. So anyway, based on the fact that we don't have any details on these fees, nor has the council approved these fees because they're new, I would have to take out that revenue from your projections.
Councilman, this is Adam, Torrance City Manager. We can come back with the revenue discussion in regards to the fees as a separate item. We have to establish that outside of this discussion.
No, I understand that, and then it shouldn't really have been included in your revenue projections if it hasn't been even determined what the fee is, let alone whether council will approve it.
Well, we're bringing to you as an optional part of the package, and if council is so inclined not to implement that fee, we'll have to come back with alternatives to solve that reduction. Again, this is preliminary as we have to implement the program. We're hoping to meet and exceed the expectations on the revenue, and if not, we'll have to come back and make some revisions to our baseline budget.
And thank you for bearing with me. It's obviously a really big issue, and it, I think, warrants the time and effort and questions, and so I appreciate your patience. In your projections, you show that there will be revenue generated in excess of our costs to the city. Where would that excess revenue go?
That'll be general funds.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chief.
No, I was going to say the same thing. You beat me to the punch, Aram.
Because I thought I read that your proposal here, that I read that extra revenue would go to the fire department.
Negative.
Okay, so that
which pages are you referring to?
But, I don't.
Which page, sir?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'll have to find that one.
Okay.
But I made a note about it, so I'm sure I had to have read it.
Sure.
But you've confirmed for me where I would prefer to see it go, and that's the general fund. So thank you for stating that. And then I think the last issue that I want to raise is our current provider, McCormick. We've been using McCormick now for over 6 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And my understanding from all the reports that you provided to us that they've been meeting all the requirements of our contract?
That's affirmative.
Is there any reason why we suspect that they would not want to continue to provide that service to us?
My assumption is they would want to continue the service. They re-up their contract, as I mentioned before. We do have a very good, strong working relationship and partnership.
Yeah, I mean, as a businessman, if they're making millions of dollars, like your assumptions say, I would assume that they would want to continue to generate that income. But I want to reference back to the original contract that we have with McCormick, because I would expect that we would hold our ambulance service to the same contractual terms as what we're holding McCormick to. And apparently our proposal that you provided does not. And specifically what I'm referring to, and this is on page 130 of your proposal, it says that the contractor must provide the following equipment for the performance of this proposal. I'm speaking to reference item number 4 on scope of work. And basically it's saying that during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., the day shift, the peak time, the contractor must maintain in good condition and must have available a minimum of 16 ambulances, 5 dedicated plus an additional 11. We don't have such a proposal or such a statement in our proposal from you, do we?
No, but to clarify that item, when we brought this forward, you got to recognize that this contract was put together on a lot of assumptions from previous years. The language that you're referencing is outdated probably by 15 years. We now have the advantage, again, going through the accreditation process to leverage data and review the analytics to ensure that we have a service model that meets, that is more efficient and effective. So when you read the item that we proposed, highlights the value of utilizing some of those analytics when we put the proposal together. In referencing a little further back, some of this language that you're referring to dates back to when we had Good Huey Ambulance back in the early 90s and maybe in the late 80s. And again, it speaks to what I had mentioned earlier, that the value of utilizing the technology, which you mentioned earlier and are a proponent of, to make sure that we're efficient as an organization. That obviously is outdated information. So the proposal that you have in front of you is modern and utilizing the latest technology.
But it makes me feel like there's concern that if somehow our ambulances are unavailable, whether they're tied up on other calls, whether they're broken down, whether they're in service, whether they are damaged in let's say one of our ambulances gets totaled in an accident, and we have to wait 8 months to get a replacement. Where is our coverage and backup that McCormick would be able to provide for us as part of this contract?
So one of the items, we did mention that we do have 3 units in reserve. We're going to have 5 available and in service responding throughout the community. We do have 3 in reserve. And I would like to say also, we do operate our paramedic services. So operating in the BLS environment is not something that's a huge leap for our organization. We currently have 5 paramedic rescues. 3 of those paramedic rescues are reserves. We've had breakdowns, and we've been able to find solutions because of our robust reserve fleet to ensure that we're not waiting 8 months for a vehicle to be placed into service. And that's why, luckily, your honorable body has approved for us to have reserve apparatus to ensure that we're able to meet our mission.
And Chief, this is Adam Chaparian, City Manager. If I may add, Councilman, you raised very valid points. When we went through these ambulance contracts, because the private providers have commitments to multiple jurisdictions, we put in some safety guards. As the Chief said, we have advanced in our analytics and ability to right-size our response and ensure we have coverage. But some of this language was put in to distinguish between some of the smaller operations versus an established firm, such as McCormick or the predecessors at the time. But they were more safety guards, and as the Chief said, we do have the capacity to address some of those concerns that you raised. Thank you.
Well, it's in the contract nonetheless that they're obligated by contract to have those additional ambulances available to us should it be needed, and I just don't feel like we have that kind of coverage in our proposal. The other area is that first item 4A, where it's 5 ambulances dedicated solely on a 24-hour basis, 7 days a week. But I think your proposal actually is less service than that. It's not 5 ambulances 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's less than that, if I'm not mistaken, from what you proposed in your earlier presentation.
Yeah, that is correct. And again, I'm going to lean back on the local control. McCormick Ambulance does not just provide service for our community, and we're experiencing some of the challenges right now with the current surge that we're experiencing in Los Angeles County. As an example, we did recently have one of McCormick unavailable, and then I believe it was even reported in the Daily Breeze recently that they had to, what we call, again, fire service jargon, wall time of 10 hours. The benefit of having the local control, and we have 2 phenomenal hospitals here in Torrance and Harbor General as our trauma center within the city's pretty much service area. McCormick responds well past our service area. Our service area will keep our ambulances, not say confined, but are pretty much confined to our local hospitals here in the South Bay, and not moving out to, let's say, Linwood or St. Francis or any other hospitals within McCormick's service area.
Well, this contract does say that these 5 ambulances, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, are dedicated solely to the Torrance Fire Department.
Mr. Griffith, you've been questioning for a half hour. I have 2 other council people who are lined up. This is repetitive of the question you just asked. I think the chief answered it. Can we just move on? You said this was the last one, and that was 3 or 4 questions ago.
I appreciate your desire to move on. This is a very big issue, and I will
truly
defend
is,
my
but I think
comments.
there's other council people who want to talk as well.
I will not deprive them of their opportunity to speak. I just would like to end my comments by saying that there's too many unknowns and concerning factors here for me to be comfortable going ahead with this program at this time, and that's my feeling based on the information that's provided and the answers that have been provided. So thank you very much.
And that was very.
Another council member make their comments.
That was apparent by your questioning. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Cerna, for your time and a lot of time answering the questions and concerns I had, and to you also, City Manager Chaparian. I just wanted to share that I had the opportunity to speak with another fire chief in another city similar to ours with a program that would be similar to ours. And I did have the opportunity to talk to him about staffing and recruiting and the ambulance cost and maintenance and average life, the risks and the liabilities and the billing and the collections. And it was very interesting for me. This was a city that had ambulances for over 30 years and implemented their own EMS service in 2012. And first and foremost, they feel that the service to the community has gotten better, but more importantly, they feel it's been successful enough that they're growing. They've got a growth plan annually for this program. So I found that interesting. But what I was going to ask is that Chief Cerna, can you just briefly explain the salaries? Some of the questions I've been getting is, we're hiring very high compensated firefighters, and this is going to significantly worsen the CalPERS situation with our city, and I don't believe that that's the case from what I understand, is it?
That is correct, and if I can, maybe Aram, maybe you can address the item.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief, if I may, our budget for the hourly pay, if I may break this down, as anticipated based on market conditions, is $15 to $16 an hour. the proposal in front of you at the 88,000 takes into account a 1650 range, just assuming individuals come in and they meet the qualifications and they progress. With that, they're going to be working a 56-hour schedule. So 40 hours of that will be straight pay, 16 hours is overtime. The pay comes out to about $55,000 based on those numbers. We also pay for their health insurance coverage, assuming the city's popular family plan, which is about $1,400 per employee. And then we have the PERS cost, which is based on the non-safety formula. For these individuals hired, it would be 2% at 62 versus the 2.5 at 55. So they have to work significantly longer, assuming they stay in this classification for an extended period of time. Most likely, based on industry trends, these individuals enter the field for EMT transport with the goal of becoming paramedic firefighters. So the goal is they would come in to our Grow On program, spend a year or two as ambulance operators, compete successfully for a full-time position as a safety. When they become a safety personnel under the current post-PEPRA formula, they'll be on the 2.7 at 57 versus the current 3 at 50. So we already will achieve savings. These individuals will be taking the place of a budgeted firefighter paramedic once we achieve retirements or vacancies through attrition. So we're not adding sworn personnel. These individuals will be hourly, non-represented positions. I hope I've clarified your question. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the only other thing I wanted to comment on is because I appreciate very much, Councilman Griffith, your comments. I was listening to the discussion about the treat no transfer versus transfer, and I would think that to have skilled individuals come out and treat you and not transfer you to the hospital where you're paying transfer fees and you're paying the hospital fees, I think a treat no transfer it seems like it would be less than if you were transferred and treated at a hospital. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Yes, I would say that was correct.
So that could potentially be a benefit to have a program like that. And that was just my thoughts. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I had another thought, and now talking about the ambulance operator. In the proposal that we have, it is stated that they're an at-will employee, correct? And it's expected that their employment would be 1 to 5 years. I asked our legal department if that's a legal thing, if we can have them sign contracts that state they're only going to work to a maximum of 5 years. And I was told, and I'm sure legal is on the line, that's still being researched, that proposal is still being researched. But in our proposal that we have, that looks like it's a given. I need clarification on that. And if it is a position that we can keep from 1 to 5 years, they won't be retiring. And I know that pension costs are a lot of concern for all of us. So can I have clarification? And if we don't know that yet, in order for me to vote on something like this, that part would have to come back. That's a big one.
Councilwoman, based on a $15 to $16 hourly range, these are meant to be entry-level positions, and based also on industry standards, but on turnover and willingness, these individuals want to become full-time EMT paramedics. The chances of somebody to be with us for an extended period of time, while it's a possibility, it won't be, that'll be the exception to the rule.
When it says the ambulance operator would have a contract that they would sign that says their employment would be 1 to 5 years, that's not true. Because if they did want to stay on because they really were having a good time, they could stay on until their retirement. So I don't know why it's written in there, and I don't have the page number, that the ambulance operator position would be a 1 to 5 year maximum position. So
I think that was good. You make a good point. That was an earlier reiteration, and we did some follow-up. We can't hold individuals to a time frame. I think legal was absolutely right in their assertion. However, we feel confident that the likeliness of us having careered EMTs will be an exception. When they reach 960 hours on their PERS rule, we have to enroll them into PERS. But they'll be enrolled under low hourly wage with the higher formula, the 2 at 62 formula. So we do just like any, but that's built into our cost and revenue projections. It's not above and beyond what we're anticipating for these positions.
Okay.
So if I may, Councilwoman, this is Chief Cerna. As part of our research that we've conducted, like as an example, City of Glendale, they have their program sunsets their ambulance operators at 3 years with the possibility of an extension. I was speaking to Viet Wong from our HR division about the possibility, and we're finalizing that proposal, which should come to your honorable body next at our next council meeting for further discussion. We also reached out to the City of Huntington Beach. They also have a sunset on their ambulance operators as well, and it is the common practice. I believe also the City of Downey, Long Beach, the City of Long Beach has their programs where they sunset their ambulance operators for that very reason that Aram touched on. The intent is to utilize these individuals as a recruitment, and their ultimate goal across the board from when we surveyed all of these cities, their ultimate goal is to become a firefighter paramedic, and they recognize this is an opportunity for experience within the 911 provider, and it also allows them to demonstrate their capability. And again, we're not just arbitrarily just saying, hey, we're going to sign this. This has been vetted out through multiple agencies as their best practice.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to say that I spoke with a South Bay mayor, no longer a mayor, retired, and she was instrumental in the proposal for their city to do transport, and she thought it was very positive. So I had a long discussion like Ms. Kalani did, and it was positive. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Chief, the request was to make a budget cut of $2.4 million, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Without this program, what is the methodology for cutting $2.4 million from our fire department?
The only way we achieve that budget reduction is the reduction of firefighters.
Okay. Now, there was discussion about response times, being so many seconds or whatever. In actuality, if we cut those firefighters, that would mean that every day, 24 hours a day, there'd be four less firefighters on the street, correct?
Correct.
And, and when I look at page 41 where it says we would remove truck 96 from service, one of our ladder trucks. That is one of the ways we would be removing. That would be 3 personnel times 3. That'd be 9 personnel. We still have to do some more cutting to get there. So that we remove Rescue 95. That would be 2 more personnel that we could remove from service. So this was really just a way to maintain the fire services that we have now and enhance it with the EMS transportation, right? I mean, we had to, I had discussed this with the previous fire chief 10 years ago, and there was discussion at that time thinking about the methodology. Unfortunately, the economy got better after 2008. The other thing, we're talking firefighters as opposed to response times. The other thing is, do we substitute or do we subsidize EMS services now?
Mayor, this is Sheila.
Chief, this is Chief Miller. Can I answer that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, currently we average a general fund subsidy to EMS of about between $12 to $13 million.
$12 to $13 million subsidy to the EMS services. Okay. What happens to that $12 to $13 million if we have our own EMS service? Transport service.
The subsidy will be reduced by the $2.4 million.
Okay. All right. I have two motions to. Are there any other questions, comments, etc.? Because I have two requests to motion, and the first one was Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we go with the recommendation of the city manager and the fire chief to a proven implementation of a city emergency medical service transportation program within the department's emergency medical division. In addition to that, I'd like to see quarterly progress reports for the first 3 years. And on the third year, I would like to see a detailed audited report, independently audited report of the program to kind of go dig in deep and see if the program, since it's new to the city, I would like to make sure that it's working. And I think 3 years is enough to gauge whether the program's working or not. This is not, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's a pilot program. I just want to make sure that the council or whomever might be here 3 years from now gets a independently created progress report on the program. That's my motion.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Yeah, I will second
Kalani?
that. Yes, Kalani second. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Okay, I don't know how everybody else feels, but we've been sitting in these seats since 7 o'clock. We're going to take at least a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. I see a lot of the thumbs up on that one. All right. Okay, we're back from our recess. Call the meeting back to order, and we move along on the agenda to item 9H, as in Harry, also from Fire, to award a contract services agreement to provide emergency medical services, EMS building services for the City of Torrance Fire Department. From Fire Department.
Good evening, Your Honorable Body. This is Alec Miller, Assistant Chief in the EMS Division. This item is brought forward by the Fire Department and is a request to award contract services agreement to Whitman Enterprises of Rancho Cordova, California, and they're to provide emergency medical services billing for the City of Torrance Fire Department. This will be a 5-year contract with one 5-year extension option. If approved, this contract will commence January 12, 2021 and end on January 11, 2026. Approval will authorize the city manager as a signatory of the agreement. The not-to-exceed budget of $1,192,963, or 3.49% of net collections. Staff is available for any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from the council? I see none. Then I need a motion. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, motion to approve item 9H and award the contract services agreement.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And as I turn the page, maybe we'll wait to take the break. There are no scheduled agency agendas, no hearings, there's no second readings, and now it's time for City Council orals. And
Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Katie. If I can intervene, I think that we still need to address item 9I under administrative
Oh,
matters.
my gosh, you're right. Yes, my bad. That's what happens when you're in a hurry to leave. 9I is from the city manager to approve a subscription agreement for electronic agenda management software and video streaming services from city manager.
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, council members. This is Katie Wan from the city manager's office. As you are aware, the City of Torrance is responsible for creating and posting agendas for its legislative bodies in accordance with the Brown Act. These bodies include City Council committees, and commissions. Traditionally, staff has routed agenda items manually, which can be very time-consuming and difficult to manage. We've learned that this is especially true given the current circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has created an urgency for virtual contactless processes to be implemented. An electronic agenda management system will result in several benefits for the city, as outlined in this evening's staff report. The City of Torrance issued a request for proposal, or an RFP document, for an electronic agenda management system and for video streaming services in May 2020, and received 4 qualified proposals from the following vendors: eScribe, PrimeGov, Provokes, and Granicus. An evaluation panel comprised of city staff members from the Cable and Community Relations Division, the City Manager's Office, CIT, and the City Clerk's Office held interviews with each of the vendors, verified vendor references, and experienced live demonstrations of each of the electronic agenda management software programs during the RFP process. In tonight's staff report, you will see the evaluation criteria and the ratings for this RFP. The ratings were very close, and the evaluation panel took a lot of time and careful consideration when making a recommendation on vendor selection. Ultimately, the panel rated eScribe as the top vendor based on the quality of the services that they are able to provide, the high quality of their product and support reviews shared by their references, and the cost and the value to the City of Torrance. The many cities that currently utilize eScribe are outlined in the staff report and in the supplemental material to tonight's item. The initial contract for which we are asking approval will be for a period of 3 years from the date that it is signed. the city may extend the contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions. The total not to exceed amount over a term not to exceed 5 years, as described in the above in the staff report, is $113,652. The annual costs and services included in the contract with eScribe are outlined in the subscription agreement, which is attached to tonight's staff report. We are very excited to bring eScribe on board and to provide the city with electronic agenda management and video streaming services. I'm available to answer any questions, as are staff from the city clerk's office, cable and community relations, and CIT. And we also have eScribe on the call, I believe, as well, to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wand. We do have some questions. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. Thank you for the report. It's pretty exhaustive. The video, I was trying to understand the video streaming capability a little bit. I wasn't sure I found the information in there as what video streaming is something that we didn't have before and we're having it now. So my second question was, since having this electronic agenda management system seems to be a way to be more efficient, expedite, at some point in the future, will there be a labor-saving number that we anticipate we might get out of this, which goes back to our earlier discussions where we're talking about, funding and labor? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. To answer the first question in regards to the video streaming services, these are services that we do currently have. It's what Granicus provides to the city. So eScribe would be taking over the services that Granicus currently provides. I believe Michael Smith is on the line and can provide more detail about what exactly the video services are. But before that, to answer your second question on labor savings, right now we have staff in several departments that assist with the with the manual agenda routing process. That could be from administrative assistants to managers, et cetera. We don't know that, I can't say that it would necessarily be a cause to eliminate positions. However, it will certainly save on staff time physically routing, moving the items around, and it will provide staff the opportunity to focus on other tasks instead of physically walking agenda items around City Hall or driving them over from City Yard to City Hall, for example. Michael, can you provide a little bit more information on the video streaming services?
Certainly. This is Michael Smith, Cable and Community Relations Manager. eScribe will provide the same types of service that we're currently receiving from Granicus, which includes live as well as archived video streaming. The contract requires a transfer of the existing historical City Council meetings that will be transferred from Granicus into the eScribe platform. So we'll be maintaining what we have and providing the service consistent with that we've been able to provide in many, many years.
So the video, for example, X days after our current council meeting, a resident could or anyone could go on the city website and click the video to review, to re-look at the video of the council meeting. Is that the video that you're referring to? And I'm assuming it may not look exactly the same because it's a different company, but you could hit the agenda number and then the video starts playing. Is that the video?
Yes, that's the standard format. Once the city clerk has reestablished the connection from the agenda to the minutes, you'll be able to click on agenda items and select just that item that you would wish to review and play it, or you can play the city council meeting in its entirety.
Okay. So going forward, we will have, this will be like a new cost, which we don't pay on an annual basis for this. We're using the manual, moving things around.
Yes, currently the major difference on this item is the addition of the agenda management software. We're currently covering the video streaming, the voting system, and the minute taking. That's what we currently have under Granicus. You're adding the agenda management system that will provide significant efficiencies for staff.
Okay. Got it. I was just looking at, and then VoteCast, that's also a new adder, right? That's the thing we're using tonight.
No, we've always had the voting system for the last, I think, 12 years. The voting system was added. So that's part of this eScribe system. We just haven't been using it since we went to a virtual meeting.
Got it. So this VoteCast that we're using tonight, we've always had this capability.
Yeah, for at least the last 12 years.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report on this. This is something that some of us old-timers have been anxiously awaiting for this to come through and finally be a reality, so I'm really pleased to see that day has finally come. Just a couple quick questions. The current cost of Granicus on an annual basis, that will end, and so I'm just curious, how much is that, are we paying to Granicus, and basically how much will we then be saving, I'm assuming, once the new system is in place and working?
Michael, are you able to speak to the contract that you currently have with Granicus?
Yes, let me open up the spreadsheet right quick. Yes, our existing cost for Granicus is about $30,000 a year, and if you spread it over 5 years, it's about $153,000, and that compares to the eScribe cost of I think $113,000. So there is actually a savings by adding the agenda management in addition to what we're existing services.
Great. So not only do we, obviously we have to pay this we're committing the $113,000 for the new system, but we will also be saving approximately $30,000 per year by not having to pay Granicus once implemented.
No, $30,000 for a 5-year period. The Granicus bid was about 4 times the amount over a 5-year period as the eScribe.
I think you misunderstood. We're paying Granicus, you said, $30,000 a year currently?
Yes.
And that fee would go away, correct?
That's correct.
Once this is implemented. So
but the overall cost over a 5-year period is about $153,000. So comparing the 153, yes. So comparing Granicus at $153,000 over a 5-year period compared to eScribe at $113. So we're saving over a 5-year period a little over $30,000.
Right, and I think made this more complicated than I thought it should be, but basically we're spending $113,000, and we will also then stop paying $30,000 a year to Granicus that we will not need to pay anymore. That's what I was looking for.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I guess my only other question on this is, if this is approved, assuming it is, when would it likely be actually implemented and functional?
Councilman, yes, once this contract is approved, we will immediately begin working with eScribe. The first component that we would need to address is the data migration. That is what is expected to take some time to get everything over from Granicus. And then on our end, we would begin to train our staff on the electronic agenda management portion simultaneously. Other cities that we have spoken to in reference checks to eScribe, and this is consistent with what eScribe has shared with us, is approximately 3 months until it's up and running.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you for sharing that. That's all. Thanks.
Oops, are there any other questions? Okay, no other questions. I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Griffin.
I move to concur with the staff recommendation.
And Councilmember Kalani.
And I will second. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And I voted using my touchscreen for the first time. Now we move on. There's no scheduled agendas, agency agendas, no second reads ordinances. On the City Council oral communication, it looks like it's basically alphabetical. Councilmember Ashcraft, you're up first.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone, and stay safe. Continue to do all your safety measures, and we will, not be here next week. So I do thank Reverend Martin Luther King for the things he has done, and in accordance to his dream, I have been involved in Visions of Unity, which we started over 21 years ago to involve the high school kids in Torrance in art, writing short stories, a competition of writing short stories, poems, and literary work as well as artwork. And we've had fantastic turnouts. And this year, of course, we're not going to be able to physically meet and reward our students as we have, and we didn't last year. So that's going to be 2 years in a row. The students write prompts. They do artwork in relationship to Martin Luther King's dream of getting along, things that have happened in a lot of our students' lives. A lot of our students, as everyone knows, are very diverse. A lot come from immigrant families and have stories and trials that they have been through and how they have succeeded. And it's very interesting. So I'm very sad that we can't meet physically again this year as we have in the past and this last year to celebrate these great students. This week is our last week of turn-ins, and artwork is being turned in. Please go to Visions of Unity online and see what we're doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just state the obvious. Happy New Year to everyone. We start the new year. Let's continue to look at different ways we can enhance our community, protect each other, respect each other, and take care of each other. I know that's been a long meeting, our first meeting of the year, and we look at the panel today. Not everyone may realize it, but we actually do have a very diverse council and all racial background. So there are times that it appears that we cannot respond, and that's because of the situation we are in with certain cases in the city. But we do care, and we do listen, and we all serve because we have the desire to make Torrance a better place. Well, good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
I also want to wish everybody a Happy New Year 2020. Unfortunately, we're starting off in a rough spot, and hopefully in just a few months we will be in a much better position, and I'm looking forward to that very much. Hopefully all of our Torrance residents are doing their best to stay safe, and please keep an eye out for the opportunity to get your vaccination so we can get through this. Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to echo what everyone else said and say good night. Thank you.
Good ad. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, yes, definitely a Happy New Year. We did have a pretty rough 2020, and I don't expect things to just snap our fingers and all get back in shape pre-COVID. But a lot of things have changed in everyone's lives. So I'm hoping for the best this year. But also wanted to mention, because of COVID, the Torrance Police Officers Association, they had to cancel last year's Santa float. But a South Bay friend of mine, resident, his name is Tony Trutanich, so he wanted to keep this tradition alive. So what he did, he decorated his truck with a whole bunch of Christmas lights and invited Santa to ride along with him. And but anyways, because of this gentleman, Tony Trutanich, we were able to have Santa drive around Torrance and visit people, from a distance, of course. So, anyways, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Tony Trutanich for doing that. I think it was a great way to celebrate the holidays, especially during these tough times. He put on a lot of effort. I don't know if he drove by your neighborhood or not, but he was trying to follow the routes of the TPOA so that people actually had some kind of guidance where he was going to be. So, anyways, thank you, Mr. Trutanich, and I believe the staff will be sending you out a certificate of appreciation in the mail. But thanks again, and that was really nice of you. A lot of people enjoyed it. Thank you, Mayor. Good night.
Thank you all. Well, Happy New Year to everybody. Our first council meeting is now in the books for 2021. Let's continue the year doing meaningful work, keeping our integrity when choices are difficult, forgiving each other willingly, accepting differences proudly, and living well enough to be grateful for each new day. What we've experienced from 2020 is the way we've come together to support each other and keep the community spirit we all know. And in Torrance, it's just the way it is. It shouldn't stop now. Next week, we will launch Torrance Serve for the third year in a row. Though we may stay socially distant, unlike previous years, there are still ways to contribute your public service and be part of the community's recovery. Visit torranceca.gov/serve to find out more, and visit again on Monday to make your service hours pledge. COVID-19 vaccinations continue to be administered across the nation. However, we are expected to see more surges as a result of the holiday travel and also the attempted insurrection at the Capitol building. I know we've been dark for a few weeks, but I'm sure you all remember the mantra: stay in place, maintain your space, cover your face. We really have to be vigilant in order to slow this curve. Our healthcare professionals are counting on you. The hospitals are bursting at the seams. I heard a number today from all of our hospitals have more than 100% at the present time. But MLK and just north of Watts, they have 137 beds, and they had more than 230 patients. They had patients in the gift shop and in the cafeteria. It's so important that we end this, because we're waiting for the vaccine, and certainly that's going to be here. Doesn't look like this week or next week, but we all keep hoping. There are businesses struggling to stay afloat because of the restrictions put in place by the state and the county, and they are counting on you too. The quicker we flatten the curve, the quicker we can help our businesses recuperate. So businesses won't make it to see the end. Support them today so they can be here to fight tomorrow. Put your money where your heart is. Eat, shop, and support local. Our school district, unfortunately, last Saturday decided to close the schools again, even for the TK, the K, and the first graders until February. And it's probably wise. That was a recommendation from the county public health, and all the beach city schools have closed as well. And it's really difficult on the children. We all know that. Everybody up here on the council dais wants our businesses to reopen. We want our schools to reopen. And, we're waiting for the vaccines. In the meantime, wear the mask. Keep your space, cover your face, and stay in place. For current information concerning COVID-19, visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, I really request you tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. And if you do a YouTube search, you can go on the Torrance City Cable page, and lots of great information on there, real-time information. And I want to give a great shout-out to our police department and all of the surrounding police departments who helped out last weekend with the incident at the mall. Because of their quick response, the incident was minimized and people left our community. But it was because of the efforts of not just the police department. In fact, our transit department and our public works department was involved in it as well. So a great response by our first responders kept us a nice, safe community. I mean, until we see you in 2 weeks, please keep safe. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Did we get the amended version? No?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, January 26, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the State of California and the County of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment on the agenda. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference or other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Tuesday, January 19th, 2021 is a council dark night.
That was the shortened version, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I second that, Councilman Chen.
All right.
Start voting, please. Mayor Fury?
I'm looking for it.
Your Honor, that
I
motion
messed it up
carries.
using my touch screen. Passed unanimously?
Yes, it passed unanimously.
All right, then we can say good night, everybody. Stay safe.